Aaron Files gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
I don't want reality.
China. I have to have my China.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Don't even play.
Right now.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Cow. That's hot.
Bitch. Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
But we're gonna get your children a job.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's a great day. For being sad.
Don't be creepy.
Well, here we are again. Floating through space and time. Well, no way to know for sure where we'll end up. But I suppose it's time for us to take that long journey through the void. Don't forget to buckle those seatbelts, space fans. Could be turbulent on this here flight through the abyss. Well, got a hell of a lot to talk today, so better get right to it. But before I do that, better say what's up to all the people who have made it in chat so far. I see Moa Noah, Pete Cat, Dirk Gently, Disco Wolf, Aaron W, Philip Blair, PB, Look Bovine, Jerry McLean. And also, thank you for the gifted sub, the Aaron Flies on Twitch. We appreciate it. This show is made possible by viewers such as yourself. Well, we are, as usual, gonna get our late night coverage started in the United States. Where do we start? So many questions. Only one answer to this one. Start in Kentucky, where apparently a judge was shot to death by the sheriff in his own office.
Illegal.
Here's CBS News from 11 hours ago with the story.
A small community in eastern Kentucky is in shock this morning after a county judge was shot to death in his own courthouse yesterday. And the accused gunman is the county sheriff. Charlie DeMar has more now on the shooting that seemed to happen without warning.
Letcher County Courthouse, that shots fired.
Around 3 p.m. yesterday, police swarmed the Letcher County Courthouse in Whitesburg, Kentucky, following a 911 call reporting shots fired. Authorities say inside 54-year-old District Judge Kevin Mullins had been fatally shot.
Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services, responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins with several gunshot wounds. Life-saving measures were taken, however, were unsuccessful.
Police arrested Letcher County Sheriff Sean Steins, who allegedly shot and killed Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse. Steins has been charged with first-degree murder.
We know that it was an argument between the two that led up, but what exactly transpired prior to the shots being fired, still things that we're trying to get answers to.
Police called the shooting an isolated incident. That's
Is it lagging?
Through
it's
this
lagging, isn't it? It's lagging. I see it. I can see it happening right now. It's lagging. That's not good. It's not good. It's not a good start. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Why are you lagging? Must we do this? Must we do this dance every beginning of every stream, YouTube? You can hear it? Well, that's good. I'm glad you can at least hear it. That is good. Hold on. Let's just sit here for a second and mull this situation over. It's a little laggy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I can see it right now. It's definitely not running optimal. Let's see, a suboptimal lava lamp. Basically everything. At least the sound is good. That is reassuring, undoubtedly. Why is my Twitch? Oh, now it's looking real sweet. See that? Okay. Okay, I'm liking that. It's looking a lot better. Okay. Let's try this again.
A small community in eastern Kentucky is in shock this morning after a county judge was shot to death in his own courthouse yesterday. And the accused gunman is the county sheriff. Charlie DeMar has more now on the shooting that seemed to happen without warning.
Letcher County Courthouse, that shot's fired.
Around 3 p.m. yesterday, police swarmed the Letcher County Courthouse in Whitesburg, Kentucky, following a 911 call reporting shots fired. Authorities say inside 54-year-old District Judge Kevin Mullins had been fatally shot.
Multiple law enforcement agencies from around the area, along with emergency services, responded to the area and located District Judge Kevin Mullins with several gunshot wounds. Life-saving measures were taken, however, were unsuccessful.
Police arrested Letcher County Sheriff Sean Steins, who allegedly shot and killed Mullins following an argument inside the courthouse. Steins has been charged with first-degree murder.
We know that it was an argument between the two that led up, but what exactly transpired prior to the shots being fired, still things that we're trying to get answers to.
Well, it's not clear what the fuck happened here. It's very strange. And I shouldn't be laughing. I mean, this guy died. It's not funny. It's just confusing. I think that's why I'm laughing, because I'm utterly at a loss for words. Like, what the fuck what happened here? A sheriff killed a judge. Here's my question. Where was the deputy? Alright, that's my last joke about this. It was an affair, you think? Okay. Alright. Could be. Could be. Who is to say at this moment? Unless there's more information that's come out that I missed. Perhaps you're more on the pulse of this one than I. You're telling who's not a real person? Matt Gayhart? I don't know. Who is Matt Gayhart? I don't know. I've never heard that name in my life. Sounds made up. Sounds made up. Especially the spelling. It's not helping. Alright, let's go. Let's talk about a different kind of political violence. Here's Democracy Now! From 11 hours ago, speaking with the filmmaker of Homegrown, a documentary discussing the run-up to and events of January 6th, as apparently the filmmakers embedded themselves with the Proud Boys and other Trump supporters ahead of January 6th. It's quite an investigative thing here. I'm considering watching this whole thing on stream, release parts of it later, because it's pretty... wow.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Secret Service recently announced the next electoral count after the November election is scheduled for January 6, 2025. This time, the event will be classified under the same security level as the inauguration itself. The move follows a request by Washington, D.C.'s mayor and a recommendation by the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. This comes as former President Trump dodged a question about his January 6 actions and refused to acknowledge his 2020 loss when he was asked about it by debate moderator David Muir during last week's debate with Kamala Harris.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. It would have never happened if Nancy...
I had nothing to do with that, aside from telling my followers to go to the Capitol, which had nothing to do with them being there. It was just a totally unconnected event. Me telling them to go, we're going to the Capitol, and them actually going to the Capitol, they are not. There's no connection there.
And the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi.
This comes as a new documentary offers a close-up look at Trump's supporters in the run-up to the 2020 election, including members of the far-right group, the Proud Boys. Homegrown follows 3 right-wing Trump supporters before and after the 2020 election, when they become convinced it was stolen and take to the streets. The film just had its world premiere at the Venice Film Festival. In a minute, we'll speak with the director who embedded with them, including on January 6th. But first, this clip from Homegrown that features Chris Gueglin, a New Jersey electrician who's one of the 3 people the film follows. It follows him as he divides his time between preparing to become a parent and stocking up to prepare for war. This clip is from January 5th, 2021, as he arrives at his hotel room in Washington, D.C. before the insurrection.
Dude, I got so many filters. This is what all this was. I literally have 2 pair of pants, 3 shirts, and gas masks, and body armor.
I feel like that. I feel like he's having a revelation right now, but he's not getting all the way there with it. He's like, he's like, he realizes that maybe his life doesn't have balance right now, but he's not getting all the way to the realization that maybe there's something that needs to be done about that.
And I had 8 bags. And
Try this SMS if necessary. Holy.
And a taser.
Yeah, this guy is a problem person.
It's floatable. Illegal. See, all this is my survival. This is all medical. Trauma, bullet wounds.
The level of excitement which this guy gets to talking about all this stuff is incredibly troublesome.
Tampons, because they're great for knife wounds.
That's
People are
lucky.
like, oh, we're gonna have a civil war. And I'm like, oh, I've been planning for this for 10 years. Are you kidding me? These things are bad, dude. And you're not breaking through them. I don't care if they're from China or not. My wife's from China. She's...
What? This guy is creeping me out. Oh my god, he's got real, I'm sorry. Wait a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something just came to me just now. We have to watch this right now. We have to watch this. I'm sorry. Okay. Wait, wait, which clip is it? Stop. You're not helping. Okay, yeah, I think this is it.
Bastard!
Okay, this is what this guy is reminding me of right now. Oh, it's paused. I mean, aside from some of the obvious physical differences between the two of them, their mentalities seem incredibly similar.
Oh, you bastard! You bastard! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Dennis, you're coming out hot.
I am the king of the minions, not Tim Murphy, not that jerk-off idiot! Hey, you jerk-off!
What the hell are you doing, man?
She rejected me. Me, Frank, me, the coolest guy in the history of this goddamn school. Oh, they're all gonna pay. They're all gonna pay the ultimate price.
Whoa! What's all that stuff you're grabbing?
Tools!
Tools!
Duct tape, zip ties, and gloves. I have to have my tools.
Well, why do you have a bunch of, weird tools in a hidden compartment in your car?
Fetish shit. I like to bind. I like to be bound.
I am not taking questions right now. Okay, Dennis. Okay, pal. Same vibes, but politically instead motivated. Not just creepiness.
So I don't care if they're from China or not. You're not breaking through those. And if I would love to see some Antifa, like just hogtied.
Wow.
Has since been sentenced to one of the
Listen to
longest
this
prison
guy.
terms.
I'm sorry, hold on, Amy. I mean, the way that this guy is talking about this sort of, like, what do you like, militaristic fantasy of his, like, it's really gross. I'm glad he's in prison for a decade. Hopefully he stays there for his full term.
Hogtied.
Chris Quaglin has since been sentenced to one of the longest prison terms for participating in the insurrection. For more, we're joined by Michael Primo, director of Homegrown, executive producer of Storyline. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. This is a powerful, rare, behind-the-scenes account of what happened. Talk more about Chris, this guy who ends up, being sentenced to 11, 12 years for assaulting a police officer, among other things?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So Chris, one of the three protagonists in the film, is an electrician from Jersey who, before 2016, never considered himself political. He said before Donald Trump ran for president, he never paid attention to even local or national elections. He was so inspired by what he...
Sorry, I did not mean to do that. And to pause it. So this guy was an electrician from Jersey who, up until 10 years ago, and upon hearing upon Trump's candidacy, decided to start preparing for some fictional future civil war in his mind. That he, like, this is wild. Like, Donald Trump turned this guy from what sounds like maybe a normal person to a complete just psychopath and problem to society.
Never considered himself political. He said before Donald Trump ran for president, he never paid attention to even local or national elections. But he was so inspired by what he heard coming from Trump that he felt sort of compelled and called to become an activist.
Let's go back to Homegrown, to another clip of Chris Quaglin and his friends in his truck as they drive in a Trump train protest.
Do we have 21 boops? Okay, please hold. Please hold. 16. Oh, 17 and 16. Okay, that's easy for me. What is that sound I just heard? What is happening to the spaceship? I just heard a very troubling sound. We have 22 boops now. Oh, that's even more boops. Although it doesn't affect your support characters. I will remember that. In spirit, I'll be remembering that we are even closer.
We're patriots in this country than what the mainstream media tells us. You look out here and you'll never see a Joe Biden rally quite like this. There are millions of patriots out there. We will stand down and stand by and wait for the president's call. Trump 2020, baby! Woo!
We should have tied Antifa to the pole right here in the back.
Dude, you tie him, like, crucify him.
If you build the wall, the moops won't invade? What is a moop exactly?
Antifa to the pole right here in the back.
Dude, you tie him, like, Jesus, crucify him up
crucify
there.
him.
Wow.
But tie him.
Wow. So these guys, these very normal guys, who I think we're all probably at January 6th, one wearing a Proud Boy shirt, we're talking about literally crucifying Antifa supporters, whatever that means. I mean, that's really not the way it works, but yeah, okay.
Not nail with no clothes on.
100%.
No clothes.
You have to, but you leave the mask on.
Yeah, leave his mask on. You don't want him to get a flu, you know. God forbid if he gets a cold. There's a sheriff. You got pulled over. Not with Trump flags, but...
Not with Trump flags, we're not. If, as long as I wasn't...
You could shoot somebody and you won't get
Jesus Christ.
He said you could shoot someone here and you wouldn't get pulled over. That was Long Island. President Trump just spoke at the Nassau Coliseum in Long Island this week. Talk about what a Trump train is.
Yeah, Trump train was...
You renewed your Patreon, so don't remove your cat attacking shark in the pool. I haven't removed it. There's, I think, I messaged you on Discord earlier today when I saw your message. So check your Discord. Don't worry, everybody, all patrons get a grace period on their patron benefits of at least a week. If your payment does not come through, don't worry, I'm not gonna suddenly just rip your patron benefits directly from the stream with no recourse or time to deal with it. I mean, that is ridiculous. That's not how we do things here at the Galactic News Network.
Kind of an anomaly of the pandemic era presidential campaign, where in lieu of, or in addition to some of the large scale rallies that were happening, people would gather in a long line of cars and drive around a particular area. People may have remember there was also boat trains where people would gather and do the same thing in a long line of boats and sort of parade around.
Remember how that went?
It was similar, and they happen around the country.
I want to go.
And you know, like, it's interesting. I think he said it either there or he says it later. But he's like, you know, the reason why Donald Trump is going to win to some effect or whatever was because you only see his supporters doing parades, right? I mean, I think that says more about the psychology of Trump voters than of their, you know, prevalence, right? I think it's more sort of trying to reverse engineer what you want in that case. but yeah, this obsession with parades and boat gatherings and things seems to be very specific to Trump folks in America.
To another clip, and this is of Proud Boy Thad Cisneros, an activist from Texas, who you show as he teams up with a Black Lives Matter activist named Jakari Kelly. This is a clip of them together as they drive in another Trump train protest.
Girl, what you do, girl? What you do, girl? Black Lives Matter, girl.
We are in a caravan.
I love how they're laughing. They're just laughing about how they're showing up to harass people. You know, speaking up for equal rights, essentially, in our country. That's really what BLM always basically boiled down to, right? Is that there was an unequal distribution of supposed justice in this country.
Going one direction.
There's some more.
And it's patriots against racism. That's what.
Fact is these guys revel in racism and unequal justice and all of these things, and it is wild to see them attempt to gaslight about it as if they are like advocates of anti-racism in any possible definition of the word.
That's what it is. Patriots against racism. So then, can I flip this around? There we go. So they organized another event, the BLM Utah, and you can see them. And they're being very stunning and brave, and they're flipping everybody off.
But that works vice versa, because when I was in a caravan,
stunning and
brave,
brave
were flipping us off.
No, it's very.
Yeah. It's also it's a massive amount of gaslighting coming here in terms of like it being solely some sort of a leftist thing. Like, be real. How much Trump MAGA and or anti-Joe Biden related merch has words like fuck on it, right? They're littered with profanity and just what do you sort of what do you like the very things that he's objecting to. Oh, how dare they they flip us off for running a counter protest.
Way more attention than there needs.
Yeah, exactly.
We would never do
Both
such a
Jakari
thing.
And myself.
We would never do. We would never flip off counter protesters. We would attack them. We would talk about crucifying them. We would, we would do all sorts of things. But we never flip them off. That's too far.
Are of what I think is a very good opinion, that you should allow the other side to voice their opinion without any kind of reprisal. This is a demonstration of what I would consider to be unity amongst people with the same opinion.
So why not just have American flags?
Well, these guys are Trump supporters. They're voicing their opinion.
But if it's anti-racism, like what's
Oh my gosh, Trump is not synonymous with racism. Let's not go there, Jakari.
So is this a Trump caravan or is this supposed to be like a patriot caravan?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because it was patriots against racism.
Looks like it's
Yeah.
Trump caravan.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. Because it's just MAGA flags. It's just a bunch of MAGA flags and Trump flags. So,
I don't want reality.
Trying to understand. But can we agree that Donald Trump is synonymous with
trying so hard to
I
understand.
see he says some racist ass.
Yeah, that comment was a little racist, as if somehow she's incapable of understanding what's happening here. Like, this is fucking insane. These guys are wild.
And I'll say that part.
We got guys in New York, one of which is married to a black woman with black children.
Well, then never mind, right? Then never mind. Right? Racism doesn't exist because somebody they know happens to be married to a black person. Oh my god. That's totally how that works. Can't be racist if you know somebody who's married to a black person, okay? Come on.
And
that doesn't make you not racist if you have a black family.
I cannot grasp that concept.
Yeah, I know.
No, you can still.
That is not shocking at all to me. That is maybe one of the least shocking things that he's said up to this point, is that he can't grasp the concept that knowing a black person doesn't make you not racist. I think that's why he has the ideologies he has. He's not capable of putting himself in that place, into somebody else's place, or at least doing the work to understand to at least that it's a very baseline degree right there. It's not hard. It's not a hard concept. But this guy, it's too much for him.
That's too much, man. That little prejudice.
that is complete nonsense to me.
Oh my god.
That is complete nonsense.
That's like saying a black person can't be prejudiced against a Mexican person.
So that's Proud Boy Thad Cisneros, who now is in jail in Texas, not related to,
Did you see how that
January 6th.
I'm sorry. Did you see how that broke him just now when he heard her say that? He's like, wait, no, that's not my. Wait, that doesn't go along with what I'm saying right now.
So that's Proud Boy Thad Cisneros, who now is in jail in Texas, not related to January 6th.
Yeah, he's in jail for aggravated assault unrelated to his political activity.
Unrelated.
You're a filmmaker of color.
It is so not shocking to me. I mean, it's offensive to me that he's not also in jail right now for his political activities, but it is not shocking to me that he happens to be in jail for something else. He seems like a very unhinged person, and it's just
Embedded with these guys, most of them white, but some of them activists of color. Talk about that.
I mean, I think going into this project, I had a vision or understanding of the conservative movement as much more white than what I encountered, and why it was important to include Thad in the film, as well as a couple other sort of minor participants that you see in the background throughout the film, is because they represent this increasing participation of Black and Latino people, mostly men, who are sort of feeling inspired by the conservative movement and can increasingly see themselves as foot soldiers in this movement.
I mean, you have a scene in Portland, Oregon. This is after January 6th, where they are shooting up the area. Weapons are a big part of what they do.
Yeah, weapons are absolutely critical, and I think that's also the draw for some people, some men of color, this sort of feeling of power and feeling powerful and being near other people who are sort of reclaiming power, so to speak.
Why did they accept you?
I think it's a good question. I'd love to ask them that question. I think some of these people were generally interested in talking to somebody who may not necessarily agree with everything that they stand for, but was interested in talking to them. And that sort of confused and confounded people and really encouraged folks to try to talk to me in a way that I wasn't prepared for or didn't expect initially.
Have you spoken to Chris since he has been in prison?
I've talked to Chris so Chris was arrested in April of 2021, and he was held without bail until his sentencing, which happened earlier this year. And I talked to him a bunch of times throughout his incarceration while he was awaiting trial.
Does he regret what he did?
Okay. Let's see. That one was just wild, and like I was saying, I'm probably gonna try and find that movie so I can watch it myself. Maybe we can watch it together. I don't know. Seems like I don't know how long it is. The tunnels? What tunnels are we talking about? Alright, let's go here. We did some talking about parades, boat parades, things like that. Trump caravans and the like. Well, apparently there was another one happening. I think this is... It's like in Florida or like Texas or something like that. It's near the Gulf, I'm pretty sure. But CNN sent... what's this girl's name? I can't remember this woman's name. They sent one of the reporters down to the beach to a MAGA boat parade. And asked Trump supporters questions about their thoughts on Trump's comments on Haitian migrants.
We at the MAGA boat parade at Shell Island, which
The migrant boat
This is
parade.
my first time coming. We were in the middle of the parade, following the lead boat, well decorated with all the flags.
There's a contest who can be the most Trumpian, and I want to win first place.
It's a weed eater motor. It's a 21 horsepower. It makes a very frozen mudslide quick.
Trump is pro-American. He loves America, for one. I love America. I serve this country. I love America. We're from the same place in Queens, New York, so that's my homie.
What are they? Oh my god.
What's your...
Alright, you are a fucking weirdo if you're just randomly doing the Pledge of Allegiance with a group of people outside of a formal situation. It is just ridiculous. These people are just... These people are the problem, right? These are the psychotic nationalist idiots who are driving this country to ruin.
Important issue.
The economy, getting the interest rates down, getting it to where we can afford to live in America. Right now, it's
He seems to be...
Okay,
he seems to be affording... This guy who's double fisting it right now at this boat party on the beach is saying it's too expensive. Everything's too expensive for me. It's too hard to live. Can't you see that? Can't you see how hard of a time we're having right now here on the beach?
Maybe ask like a slightly impolite question. But, you know, if you can afford a boat, you're not hurting so bad, right? Because a boat costs a lot of money and it's a lot of upkeep.
Listen, nobody gave me shit. I earned everything that I've got.
Really?
I'm retired military, retired power plant, and I am successful and retired and with boats, jet skis, because I did it right. And everybody has that.
Everybody can do it. You can all do it. So yeah, this retired guy, right now, who's seemingly just living the American dream. It's everybody else's fault that they're not also living the supposed dream with boats and 2 drinks each hand on the beach. It's all of our faults, okay? Have you heard of The Secret before? Alright, now we could listen to the rest of this, but I don't have time for all of that. Let's go on to this other CNN piece here discussing recent ad buy done by white dudes for Harris.
Kamala Harris is turning to her running mate, Tim Walz, hoping he is the secret weapon who can chip away at Donald Trump's support from men. CNN's Jeff Zeleny takes a closer look.
Cracks in the glass ceiling aren't enough. We need to make sure that that glass ceiling is shattered and Kamala Harris steps through.
Tim Walz is hard at work on one of his most important assignments.
You saw.
If he did it right, though, why is he still complaining it's too expensive? Well, he goes on to say, during the, because I watched that whole thing already, he goes on to say basically that, you know, instead of having a 35-foot boat, he could have a 50-foot boat. You know, things are too expensive. He wants his money to go even further. He sure is. He's doing good, but he could be doing even better. You know, and it's all Kamala Harris's fault, of course. And well, it would be Joe Biden's fault. It was Joe Biden's fault a month ago, but, you know.
Kamala Harris can take care of herself. Our job is to do the blocking and tackling and cover her back.
He and his running mate rarely discuss gender, yet the gender gap may help decide the election. Strong support from women has put Kamala Harris within reach of defeating Donald Trump.
When we fight, we win!
Her campaign is racing to win over another critical set of voters, men.
It would be phenomenal to have the first female president, and that's exciting. Yeah. Also, Donald Trump is a strong president, you know?
No, I don't know. What do you mean? This guy seems incredibly stupid. And I'll bet that he couldn't actually name, you know, more than maybe one thing that Donald Trump even did as president that he actually thinks is good. But he strikes me, honestly, if it's September 20th and you're still undecided, you are unquestionably probably a moron. There's a very high probability that you are not smart.
Carolina voter is among those at the center of an intense tug-of-war. His ultimate decision holds clues for November.
So are you undecided? Definitely undecided, yeah. I didn't know Kamala was so well-spoken, you know?
Oh my god. Oh my god. First off, he's not even sure about how to pronounce the word definitely. And then he's not sure if he wants to be racist or not. I didn't know she was so well-spoken. I hate to inform him is an incredibly racist trope to be repeating.
That was a change from Biden.
The Trump campaign is working to widen its advantage with male voters overall, particularly young men, with the former president deploying old-school muscle.
Let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother.
As Democrats take a far different approach to chip away at Trump's edge, with Walz speaking directly to husbands and fathers.
Do you want J.D. Vance deciding about your wife and daughter's health?
His frequent retort on abortion rights,
mind your own damn business,
struck a chord with Toby Pierce, who saw Walz Tuesday night in Asheville.
It's none of your damn business is my motto now. I think that's a wonderful way to talk about the whole abortion and reproductive rights.
At a rain-soaked rally, Alex Vigil and Kevin Miller said they believe Trump exhaustion could help Democrats make inroads with men and women alike.
I'm seeing a lot less Trump flags in our parking lot. I'm seeing a lot more of my staff who used to be for Trump are a little more excited or a little pushing Trump away.
I'm hoping that it's going to be a surprise. There'll be a lot more men than we think.
Well, right now, it's not looking good. Men are polling much more tending to be right wing by a large margin right now. It's not good. It's like in the 60s. It's bad. It's like 62% or something. A little misogynoir. But, yeah, the, hold on. White Dudes for Harris bought a $10 million ad spot. Let me just get to where they actually talk about that. I love CNN for the fact that they release videos constantly like this that are supposedly clips, but in fact contain just so much shit that it's not that.
Not totally giving up, especially since they have a lot of money. Listen to what the group White Dudes for Harris is doing in a new ad.
This isn't about picking teams. It's about who's got a plan that's gonna make life better for me and my family. So I've been doing my own research and decided to check out Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And before you jump down my throat, they're actually talking to guys like us. No lectures, no BS. Just real solutions that protect our freedoms and help us take care of the people who matter.
What? A quote-unquote I love CNN? GalacticStreamLord? How dare you suggest that I've ever said anything like that? Until now, and only as a reference to the thing that you just said. This is highly offensive. It's libel. Don't make me get all American on your ass. All right, let's go here. CBS News. This is one of their clips discussing the fact that Tim Walz is getting ready for the vice presidential debate, which is coming up quickly. Where him and J.D. Vance will be heading off one another, facing off. Excuse me. Heading, yeah, this is close. And apparently, Tim Walz has been using Pete Buttigieg as a stand-in for J.D. Vance. I found that interesting. Are J.D. Vance and Pete Buttigieg the same person? Let's find out.
Vice presidential nominee Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota is preparing to debate Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Here on CBS News, Harris campaign official tells CBS News Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg
you look so
standing in debate prep for Vance during Walz's time with his advisors. The campaign also says this is an opportunity for the Minnesota governor to express Vice President Harris's vision and share it with the country. Joining us now is Robbie Mook, who was campaign manager for Secretary Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. Robbie, great to see you. What are your expectations looking ahead to the vice presidential debate for vice presidential candidate Governor Tim Walz?
Well, I think both of these gentlemen are very capable debaters, but I have to say J.D. Vance is very different than Donald Trump. I think you're going to hear a lot of the same falsehoods and misinformation you heard from Donald Trump, but it's going to come in better packaging. J.D. Vance relishes debates. He's very good at them. He has a good track record on this. So I expect to see a very heated debate. The question for me, which is always the challenge for anybody debating Trump or his followers, is how much can Walz get out the affirmative case he wants to make when you have so much misinformation coming at you. It can be really hard to get your own message through.
Robbie, I remember covering Secretary Clinton's campaign and coming to see you in New York, and Senator Tim Kaine was the running mate for Secretary Clinton, as we all recall. But do these vice presidential debates really matter? When you're a high-ranking Democrat working on a campaign like you did at the highest level, is this really a crucible in a presidential campaign, or is it more something on a checklist to get through in the final stretch?
Well, I think there's some...
Well, he thinks it's somewhere in the middle. How great, thanks. Well, what I think is that with this being the potentially the final debate of this presidential cycle, it's going to be consequential. It's going to be the last thing in people's minds so long as they don't do a second debate, that being Kamala and Donald. It will be essentially, with a month left to go, the last thing in people's minds before they go to the voting booths, aside from the rallies and the headlines. It'll be about it. About it. I mean, fact is, people, whether or not we want them to, go based so much off of vibes and personality and what they heard them say in a debate rather than, more substantive sorts of things. This is going to be important. It just is. It's for all these supposed undecideds still exist. Keep finding them somehow. All right. Now, let's go back. Talking about Trump's claims about Haitian migrants. And in fact, we didn't even... I just realized maybe we'll hit this back up now. Because we really only looked at... Yeah, actually, maybe we'll do that. We will do... Alright, we'll go back to that in a second. Let's go and talk about these Haitian migrant claims that Trump and JD... Well, Trump has been making and JD has been echoing, seemingly.
Donald Trump held a rally outside New York City last night on the day he was originally scheduled to be sentenced in his Manhattan criminal trial. Trump repeated false claims about immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, as Harris slammed plans for mass deportation of immigrants. Rachel Scott is tracking the campaign. She's here now. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, George. Good morning to you. Between bomb threats and evacuations, the city of Springfield has been on edge ever since Donald Trump amplified those false claims about Haitian migrants who live there, and officials have warned that a campaign stop will only make things worse.
Overnight, Donald Trump telling his supporters he plans to visit Springfield, Ohio, after amplifying false claims that Haitian migrants in Springfield were eating neighborhood pets.
You may never see me again, but that's okay. Gotta do what I gotta do.
Wow.
Whatever
Jesus Christ.
happened to Trump? Well, he never got out of Springfield.
Springfield.
This guy just continues to fearmonger about Haitians. This is so unnecessary. But what does Trump do that is, in fact, necessary? Hard to even quantify that. It's a very small number. It might all be sort of on a personal basis type stuff.
Has warned against a visit from any candidate. The city has had at least 33 bomb threats.
Here would be 30 fucking 3 bomb threats, people. That's the kind of stupidity and just insanity, really, that we're talking about. Just complete lack of concern. Not just from the president, or the former, excuse me, fucking hell, the former president, Donald Trump, or, you know, the people who are in fact doing these bomb threats. I mean, first, just, you know, like on multiple, I mean, because the fact is Trump said these things, then the bomb threat started. Now he's doubled down and tripled down on this. J.D. Vance has continued to echo everything that Donald Trump has to say about this. And it is just adding to the chaos and potential for real violence. Because I would argue there is not that much daylight between making a bomb threat and actually doing it. Okay? It takes a certain mindset, a certain sort of person to begin with to do such a thing. And I think that the Venn diagram between people who make bomb threats and actually commit, you know, sort of public atrocities, terrorist attacks, there's not, you know, there's a, you know, it's practically a circle. Okay? At least that's, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a psychologist, but that's my estimation of it. All right, let's hear what Jamal Bowman has to say about this recent GOP-backed bill, which he claims is a completely transparent attempt to fearmonger.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to H.R. 5717. This bill is deeply absurd and completely transparent attempt to fearmonger and continue stoking hatred of immigrants of our communities. But let me be loud and clear. Immigrants make our communities stronger and more vibrant every single day. And Americans can see through these tactics. Instead of recognizing the beauty of our diverse communities and working to serve them, Republicans are putting forth a bill that would actually strip billions in federal funding from their own communities, and even from entire states, including my home state of New York. This bill is so broadly written that it could endanger federal funding for school lunches, public schools, hospitals, public transportation, roads and bridges, police equipment, emergency response, and much more. These are the institutions that keep us safe, healthy, and able to thrive. But Republicans will throw it all away. For what? For hate, for fear-mongering, and for their own power.
Exactly. Exactly, Jamal. And, real quickly here, while we are talking about this bill, I decided to pull it up. This is H.R. 5717 from the 2023-24 session of Congress, the 118th Congress. This bill makes a state or political subdivision of a state ineligible for any federal funds the jurisdiction intends it to use to benefit non-U.S. nationals? This is a very awkwardly worded fucking bill to begin with. And funds the jurisdiction intends to use to benefit non-U.S. nationals, i.e. aliens under federal law, who are unlawfully present if the jurisdiction withholds information about citizenship or immigration status or does not cooperate with immigration detainers. Specifically, such funds are denied to any jurisdiction that has a law, policy, or practice that prohibits or restricts any government entity from maintaining, sending, or receiving information regarding the citizenship or immigration status of any individual, exchanging information regarding an individual's citizenship or immigration status with a federal, state, or local government entity, complying with a valid immigration detainer from the Department of Homeland Security, or notifying DHS about an individual's release from custody. The funding restriction does not apply to a law, policy, or practice that only applies to an individual who comes forward as a victim or of or a witness to a criminal offense. This is ridiculously broad. Holy fuck, he's not kidding. This is idiotic. Who came up with this? Ron DeSantis? Pudding Fingers? I think Pudding Fingers had something to do with this. I can smell the chocolate. I can smell the chocolate from here. Thankfully, this bill was voted down. Would have caused huge problems, mostly due to the fact that at least from the way this is worded, even without any actual, proof that this and any of this had been done, I think it would have allowed Congress to block funding to all sorts of different states, municipalities, whatever they wanted to, essentially. Now, while we're talking about racist stuff, I figured we'd go here. It's perhaps an unlikely place, but probably not to many people, because at least I think many people here know that Mark Robinson is a pretty, if you are at all even familiar with who Mark Robinson is, who is I believe the senator, or not the senator, but he's is he the senator? Hold on. Actually, I'm forgetting. I know he's a candidate right now for, I think, Senate in North Carolina. But hold on. Let me look this up. I could be wrong about that. See, even I don't actually know who Mark Robinson is. That's how unimportant he really should technically be. Now, he is the lieutenant governor. There we are. He's currently the lieutenant governor and is running re-election. Currently, and has been accused of a whole bunch of stuff. Some of that is very troubling. Other, perhaps just more troubling for him personally.
There are growing calls for North Carolina's Republican candidate for governor to drop out of the race. A report by CNN alleges that Mark Robinson made a series of inflammatory comments on a pornography website. Our Ed O'Keefe is following the story.
We are staying in this race. We are in it to win it. And we know that with your help, we will.
But that's in question now. CNN first reported a series of past anti-Semitic and sexual comments by Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson on at least one pornography website.
That's the worst statement ever. I am a black Nazi. That shouldn't be a thing.
Anti-Semitic and sexual comments by Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
My question is, I mean, I know we already know about Kanye West, so it's not it's not necessarily that shocking to me. It's not maybe not as shocking to me as maybe the first time I heard this this supposed idea, but this shouldn't exist.
One pornography website with a username matching photos of him and his biographical information. In posts dating back to 2008, Robinson called himself a black Nazi, expressed support for reinstating slavery, recounted secretly watching women shower when he was a teenager, and made other lewd comments.
I don't think it matters what the rest of the comments are. This is wild. Slavery is not bad. Just quote unquote. What the fuck? In what context is that sentence okay? This guy is an idiot. Well, he's up for election right now, so if you happen to be in North Carolina, do consider voting for the other guy. Or gal, whoever that. Actually, I think I'm pretty sure it's a guy. Actually, who's the other person running against him? Josh Stein, I think. I think Josh Stein. All right, all right. Enough of Mark Robinson and it's just nonsense. Black Nazi, pro-slavery ways. It's a very weird sort of dichotomy going on there. Not gonna lie. How that guy's in office is beyond me. But we have a weird system of government. Alright, now let's go back to talking about the Haitian migrants. Go back to the MAGA boat parade here. MAGA boat parade.
People from China, they love me.
Hold on, I'm just gonna line this up real quick. All these people suck so bad. Oh my god. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying they're eating cats and dogs. I think that's a little cuckoo, but
Oh,
they do
yeah?
have a different belief system. They're
A
polite,
different
they're
belief
not-
system.
They're not hurting anything.
What
or
does that
anybody,
mean?
But it's just, I can see the change.
What is that supposed to mean? Is it different belief system? Like a system of believing in things, or like that they have different beliefs than you personally? I mean, in America, I would point out to this woman, if I was there, there are people with different beliefs everywhere. In your town, city, in even your own, even I'll bet there's even differing belief systems within the Trump. Okay, that's going too far. But I guess, you know, in most places, aside from in cults, you're going to find different belief systems all over the place. But the fact is Haitians, majority Christian, and, you know, it's weird to suggest that they're somehow different and very racist sounding. Not gonna lie. I don't even know if she can.
In the demographic.
I wonder if she can actually put Haiti on a map. I have
And not
questions.
every town can absorb a big influx of population.
Do I believe
a
that
big-
actually happened
big
or not?
influx.
Have no evidence of it. Do I doubt it? I don't know.
Do I doubt it? I don't know. I don't know whether to have skepticism or not about things I'm told. Trump is the one who tells me whether or not I should have skepticism.
Say thumbs up or thumbs down.
Do you think it shows good judgment on Trump's part to talk about it if it's not confirmed?
Oh my!
I think it shows good
God.
judgment for every one of us on every side to look into it. I dare all of us to investigate it.
But
And
like-
I live there, so I will.
Well, the police say they don't have any record of it, and the city manager says they don't have a record.
He's gonna investigate. Yeah, we should all trust that. That this guy right here is gonna be doing a bunch of investigations. Okay, okay, pal.
And the governor has now come
Not
out
my
against
governor.
it.
My
No,
governor.
DeWine.
No.
No.
DeWine has said something about it.
The disbelief from this idiot and his pal looks just like, just sort of like in just this weird state of like, he's not sure whether or not to accost this woman with what I'm assuming is some sort of a creepy, you know what I'm saying, or if whether or not to yell. And it's a weird, and they're trying to have fun, you know, they're drinking, they're out here on the beach. This is a very confusing moment for them, even though they have made it a political moment by turning it into a MAGA beach party.
You want me to look it up?
His body is more perfect than any phone call ever made.
I'm happy to look it up all by myself.
Hold on, let's just Google it if I have saved
I forget this woman's name, but this is hilarious. She's like, no, why can't we let's just Google it? I have a phone. You can figure this out.
this. Ohio DeWine Haitian.
And she's doing it while holding the mic. This is impressive
This is
journalism,
something that
actually.
came up on the internet, and the internet.
I'm not gonna lie. CNN rarely does good journalism. This is one moment of good journalism. She's truly showing off whatever prowess she happens to have.
Can be
In this
quite crazy
moment.
sometimes. DeWine told CBS News. DeWine says he trusts city officials who have said they have not received any credible reports of such conduct. Mayor Rue of Springfield says no, there's no truth in that. They have no evidence of that at all. So I think we go with what the mayor says. He knows the city, DeWine said.
Sure. That's a great way to pass the buck.
You think Trump's going
Accepting the word of the local authorities is passing the buck. Okay. All right, man. Yeah, he's a thick boy. He thick. He's just having a good. He's just trying to have a good time right now. Okay, let him have a good time. All right. He's going no shirt out here at the beach. He's got his beer. He's got his MAGA hat. He's ready to go. Don't die. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's good advice. I'm gonna try and stick to that. That is good advice. All right. I just thought that was a great moment from this piece. Let's go on to this. Here's Delia Ramirez speaking at this recent hearing over, I believe this was the hearing over HR 5717 that we were just talking about, discussing Donald Trump's favorite chart.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Appreciate you all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the witnesses that are here today. I also want to recognize that just last week, we recognized the anniversary of the heinous 9/11 terrorist attacks that took the lives of 2,977 people. Future stolen for 2,977 individuals. And actually, Congress created this committee, Homeland Security, to ensure that we'd protect the American people from terrorist attacks. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues choose to use our committee time to spew false narratives, conspiracy theories, and racist tropes that point as immigrants as terrorists.
Yes, they have. All right, now let's go and talk about this chart. There it is.
This committee is used accurately and portrayed accurately. I want to talk about Donald Trump.
Damn, this is there's a lot of debunking going on in this chart, and there's a lot of very informative information here. Obama family detention policy, Flores reinterpreted by the Supreme Court, MPP begins, Trump tariff threat leads to Mexican cooperation, new DHS tools begin. What does that say? I can't even read that one. Trump something. Trump something.
Favorite chart, which we used yesterday.
Hold on, sorry.
Very accurately, and I want to talk about Donald Trump's favorite chart here, which we used yesterday. In this chart, titled Illegal Immigration into the U.S., Biden's world record illegal immigrants, many from prisons and mental institutions, also terrorists, Donald Trump has said this chart saved his life. And yesterday, in our full committee hearing, Republicans, my colleagues here, repeatedly used this chart to allege that the Biden administration has an open border policy. But this life-saving chart says, well, not what Republicans think it says. First of all, I don't know where the Trumpsters and Republicans of the world who like to trot out this chart get the idea that immigration into the United States is a, quote, world record, unquote, because recorded history is full of mass migration due to wars, due to famine, to disease, and opportunity in numbers so high, folks, it wouldn't even fit in this chart.
He's got a new arrow to throw on there.
Record.
It's interactive.
Secondly, and it's almost embarrassing that I have to educate and explain to members of Congress and a former president, but when someone says that they're seeking asylum, and they're coming to the United States seeking asylum, that doesn't mean that they're literally coming from a mental institution. Third, as my
I love that clarification, because I feel like there are some people who hear the word asylum and think, what? We're letting the crazies in? Why? Why would we do that?
And Congressman Garcia pointed out yesterday, Republicans and former President Trump, they don't even know when Trump left office. This chart says that he left April 2020. Trump actually left office in January of 2021 when the numbers were rising and higher, actually even higher than during Obama's
Aww.
Aw,
rats. So you're telling me that this is where Trump actually... Oh, so that was saying Trump, this red arrow was when the Trump term ended, supposedly, but really it's over here? That seems like shoddy craftsmanship, if you ask me.
Let's just keep going on this chart. The chart itself shows that when Trump came into office, the numbers actually began rising. The dip in numbers where Trump claims he left office is actually April 2020 at the height of the early COVID-19 pandemic, when folks, migration numbers were dropped globally. I know it's hard for you to see because you've been reading this and now you're finally realizing, oh my God, I've been saying lies. Trump.
I love how they've brought just like a myriad of sticky arrows to throw onto this chart to amend everything on it. It's so good. So good.
In office for another 9 months, and those numbers actually were climbing. And lastly,
yeah, it looks like Donald Trump is the one who gave Joe Biden a difficult immigration situation. My God, people. She's completely blown the top off this entire situation. My God. Whatever will we do? Well, we'll log that. We'll log that in our brains. Remember that for later when people try and claim that the Biden-Harris administration are the ones who supposedly caused an increase in immigration. Seems like the culprit was none other than Donald Trump himself.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. How much time do we... Wow, we are doing bad. Oh, shit. We're doing really bad. It's all my fault. I don't blame you. When I say we, I mean me. Me is doing bad. She's the Katie Porter of immigration. You're right. That's exactly right. That was exactly right. All right. Let's talk about this. Here's ABC News from a day ago. Discussing the resegregation of America's schools. Actually, you know what? Let's do this tomorrow. We're going to keep it on the politics, just because of... Oh my God. I'm just realizing just how many. Like, I'm trying to do... Oh my God. Why do I give myself so many goddamn videos to try and do? Who? I mean, I want to blame someone else, but it's clearly my fault. I'm the one who makes these lists. All right, let's go here. Donald Trump has been, recently going out and claiming that he's out there to fight anti-Semitism. And in fact went to an anti-Semitism event recently. And I think for many people who, I don't know, remember history, perhaps, find that strange. I personally find it strange. Because I remember history. I remember Donald Trump saying that there were good people amongst, a group of anti-Semites in Charlottesville. Things like that. But, yeah, let's go here, CBS News. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe history's wrong.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction.
In the race for the White House, former President Donald Trump is in Washington, where he is set to participate in a Fighting Anti-Semitism event and address the Israeli-American Council National Summit later today. So let's bring in live CBS News political director Finn Gomez. Now, these things do tie together, especially on the day right now when Donald Trump is about to mingle with some pretty heavy-hitter leaders from the Jewish community.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Reed. And we are 47 days out. And those two events, there's a Fighting Anti-Semitism event in D.C., as you mentioned. Also, he's going to be addressing the Israeli-American Council. That first event, by the way, Reed, is organized by Dr. Miriam Adelson, who's the billionaire mega GOP donor. Donald, she had voted to help. She had said that she'd be supporting Donald Trump's third bid to the White House, and has vowed to spend as much as $100 million of her own money, and has funded a pro-Trump super PAC. So that's part of the reason why he's here. But also, yes, he's attempting to use the Israeli-Hamas war and the division within the Democratic Party as a wedge to win over Jewish voters. They have traditionally voted heavily Democratic over the last few.
Well, this is all starting to make some more sense to me, because I was asking the question, why was Donald Trump doing rallies in New York right now with less than a month and a half out from the election? But apparently the reason is because he's here to lap up all that Miriam Adelson money. So yeah, I guess, does taking money from a Zionist make you a pro-Jewish? Is that how that works? Because that doesn't sound right. Pretty sure there's something wrong in the math there.
Especially, but he's trying to use that to when you're talking about a battle margins in these battleground states like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and so forth. I think by trying to appeal to them on this, Michigan as well, especially, you know about the uncommitted movement that is there. He's trying to pull some of those voters into his camp.
You talk about the big money.
I wonder how many uncommitted people would ever consider voting for Donald Trump. I feel like it's got to be such a tiny fraction, because I feel like a huge number of those people also object to, I don't know, Donald Trump's anti-Muslim policies. This explicitly anti-Muslim, anti-Arab policies that he touted early on in his administration, if I recall correctly. And that's not his only, I mean, he's, if you're uncommitted based upon objection to the genocide in Gaza, I don't think giving your vote to a guy taking money from Miriam Adelson is really, I don't think there's going to be a huge wave of voters going over. That's just my thinking. All right. Let's go to this. Donald Trump slams Jewish Americans against him.
Donald Trump is not holding any public events today, but tomorrow the former president will hold a rally in Wilmington, North Carolina. CBS News political director Finn Gomez is in Washington following the Trump campaign for us. So, Finn, Trump last night again criticized Jewish Americans who don't vote for him, and he even claimed Israel will cease to exist if he is not reelected. Let's listen.
In my opinion, the Jewish people would have a lot to do with a loss. If I'm at 40%, if I'm at think of it, that means 60% of voting for Kamala, who in particular is a bad Democrat. If I don't win, I believe Israel will be eradicated, and you can't let that happen.
Finn, does the former president think this kind of rhetoric will improve?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, We've heard Donald Trump's, rhetoric around this. If you're an uncommitted voter and you're thinking, Donald Trump might be my guy, aside from Miriam Adelson, let's be real. There's Jared Kushner. There's, the fact that he made Jerusalem he recognized Jerusalem as the official capital, which was something, previous presidents had refused to do. And, that's just a tiny list of things we could go down on this, aside from his actual rhetoric. He said a bunch of just wild shit. And let's not forget this.
10 o'clock Friday night, hundreds of white nationalists storming the University of Virginia, protesting plans to remove a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee.
Very good people.
Spilling into this morning when marchgoers and counter-protesters clash again, hours before the Unite to Right march was even set to begin. Just after 10:30 a.m., the crowd growing in size. Local and state police in riot gear responding in force, but the violence escalating. Just before noon, Virginia's governor declaring a state of emergency. Just before 2 p.m., the situation taking that deadly turn. You can see the silver.
Yeah, I think we all remember this. And, of course, Donald Trump claimed there was good people on both sides, even though the tiki torturers were chanting the Jews will not replace us. Quick question, chat. Because I feel with everything, like all the changes in the definition of anti-Semitism, I no longer understand it. Could you help me understand it? Is the phrase "the Jews will not replace us" anti-Semitic at all?
Anti-Semitic.
Or am I just losing my mind? Am I the only one who thinks that's still anti-Semitic? Alright, now let's talk about anti-Zionism, which is apparently sweeping across Jewish communities. Oops. Just go to this.
Another chapter part that resonated with me was the fighting racism, where you direct advice to white people in particular, learning to own the impact of white supremacy, doing anti-racist work without it being self-serving. These are some of the advice that you give. But I was really the specific section that you carve out for Jewish Americans. It was really fascinating, embracing anti-Zionism in the same way that more progressive white people have embraced anti-racism. This is so necessary in this moment for obvious reasons amidst the genocide in Gaza. Can you talk about that section, and then in particular your choice to include that kind of extra piece?
I think that's a great point that she made in there, and I wasn't sure where to stop to even respond about it. But that somehow I think a lot of people feel like there's some sort of transactional nature to being anti-racist or anything like that, right? Where to some degree people feel they need or not that they need, but they maybe deserve some sort of a transactional sort of cookie for having been good and supported things, but beyond that, right? Not sorry, because the fact is you probably deserve more of a cookie for supporting things, but for just being just non-racist, right? Like in the world, right? Like in your daily life, you don't deserve a cookie for that at all, right? Get what I'm saying? Like you don't deserve any sort of congratulations for not treating people bad for who they are.
Yeah, it was an addendum, it was something I wanted to bring in. And I think it came from, a real sense of like, these really harmful ideas can get bonded with our identity such that we think that that's who we are. And so, that's part of why we talk about racism and we talk about white supremacy, particularly, that there's this idea of supremacy that got bonded in with what it meant to be a white person. When the whole idea of whiteness was being formed, it was being woven in, right? That supremacy is a part of it. And so now when people are like, oh, I'm an anti-racist, like I'm a white person, but I'm actively working against that connection that happened. I think the same thing happened for Jewish people with Zionism. There's been Judaism forever. There's been Jewish people since the beginning. And they've been practicing in so many different ways, so many communal ways, so many beautiful ways. I have a lot of incredible Jewish friends in my life who have gifted me the practice of ritual with them, of Shabbat with them. I've gotten to go through some of these things. I'm like, oh, what it means to be Jewish is actually to be loving, to be caring, to be looking out for your neighbors, to be thinking about repair from harm. Illegal. Zionism comes in and is like, this is about taking land and claiming something and trying to create an ethno-state. That's a totally different project from what Judaism has been about for its entire existence.
Seriously.
But it comes in at this interesting moment where there's a ton of trauma, and you can take advantage of that and you can fuse these things together. So I wanted to talk.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact is, the more and more that the Zionists achieve their objectives, the more that Jewishness in general, as a religion, gets conflated with colonialism, essentially, which it shouldn't be, right? It's the decisions of a group of people, right? It's like, and it should, I feel like, be so easy for people to see this sort of paradox, and yet I'm left disappointed often.
About that, because I learned that from anti-Zionist Jewish people, that they were like, the way that I began to understand that Zionism wasn't a fundamental aspect of being Jewish, it was actually a really harmful thing that was happening, and we were raised to think it was a beautiful vision and that it was our destiny, but actually it's causing so much harm. It's causing so much dissonance in our community. And
yeah, and the fact is, this whole conversation's great. I wish we could listen to the whole thing, but we are moving slow. It's all my fault. But did want to hit that up while we're talking about all of this. Sort of, giving another perspective to all this while we are in the midst of it. What else do we have to talk about? Alright, to kind of transition us into a couple of other conversations, let's go to here. This is sort of a double-pronged news, both quasi-racist and also news-related situation. Trump and his allies have apparently decided to sue over their own claims that non-citizens might vote. This is one of the funniest things ever. I love this. This is the worst timeline, I swear to God. Trump, they're suing over their own claims that non-citizens are voting. It's amazing, but that's where we're at, people. Look, I heard that I said something very bad about Haitians recently, and we need to do something about it right now. I heard it from myself. Must be true.
I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and a thing called voter ID.
Donald Trump's baseless claims of widespread voting by non-citizens
have made their way into a series of lawsuits challenging voter registration procedures in some states. The Republican presidential candidate and his allies have filed at least 8 of these lawsuits in 4 of the 7 swing states that are expected to decide the November 5th election. But experts say...
What do the experts say? Actually, I'd like to hear.
The court filings offer little evidence of voting by non-citizens.
Ah. That's so sad. Probably because they're quoting themselves, basically. They're just like, it's like a weird sort of echo chamber. But instead of being a physical building, it's just like it's like a space in the void built by rhetoric and lawsuits. Truly incredible. Truly incredible situation. Alright, what else do we have to talk about here? Here's an interesting story. Let's listen to this. Why have Democrats in Trump country, why are they saying that they've run out of Harris signs? That's very weird.
How popular are Harris wall signs?
Well, they're popular.
And you don't have any signs.
Well,
you have no signs to give.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
This is Menominee County, Michigan. It's a rural county in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It's also very conservative. We've been talking to Democrats here who say something different is happening this year.
More people are starting to come out now that they know that I'm Democrat and I throw these signs up. My neighbors, who I would have never thought were Democrat, would go by and honk the horn, thumbs up.
Well, if this is anything of a sign for Democrats in Michigan, I mean... You know, because there's been talk of Michigan being a state where Democrats are going to struggle. Specifically, well, the particular group of people that the news has been talking the most about is, of course, Arab Americans and their objections over Palestine. But it looks like it's possible, if any of this is a sign more broadly, like, they may be picking up votes in unexpected places.
So this is as good as you can do now.
Yes.
And I can see the lily made by the Menominee County Democratic Party.
There it is.
Do you have a hair?
That is the most jinky sign I've ever seen in my life. But it's amazing. It's great. Just a stenciled Harris walls. The tiny,
made by the Menominee County Democratic
tiny little, what appears to be a sticker with tape on top of it. It's very official.
There it is.
Do you have a Harris wall sign?
Also, what a great name. Menominee. Menominee.
At your house?
Well, we have a hybridized one. It said Biden-Harris, and we folded it over, and now it just says Harris.
It's like a Democratic coming out.
it is. I even said, we're coming out. We're putting our Democratic signs out.
Okay. Hold on. I like that Muppet Sesame Street song. Phenomena. Dun, 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 dun. Phenomena. Dun, 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 dun. I think they said Michigan. I could have sworn they said Michigan. Did they not say Michigan? Am I losing my fucking mind? I swear to God they said Michigan. Now I have to look it up. Yeah, it says it's a shit. Okay. It's definitely in Michigan. Phew. Alright, I thought I was losing my goddamn mind. Alright, now let's talk about something that's in the title. That being the abortion bans that are in just just a majority, beyond a majority, nearly all red states and even some blue states, although it's mostly red states, let's be real. It's like 99% red states. I'm trying to think of where I could have sworn like a swing state got. Is it Ohio? Although I guess Ohio isn't really a swing state. In my mind, Ohio's still like in the. It wasn't that long ago that Ohio was. Fucking hell. All right. What we're doing? Yes. Democracy Now! 2 days ago. Georgia's deadly abortion ban. The tragic deaths of 2 black women, Candy Miller and Amber Thurman.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at reproductive rights in the United States, which are a key issue in this presidential election now less than 50 days away. On Tuesday, Republican senators once again blocked legislation to protect access to IVF, in vitro fertilization, and require health insurers to cover the fertility treatment after Democrats forced a vote. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris slammed Donald Trump, her Republican rival, for his role in abolishing national abortion rights after he appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who issued the Dobbs ruling overturning Roe v. Wade. In an interview yesterday with the National Association of Black Journalists in Philadelphia, Vice President Harris cited the case reported by ProPublica of Amber Thurman, a 28-year-old black woman in Georgia who died from a fatal infection after doctors refused to treat a rare complication from a medication abortion.
I don't know if anyone here has heard most recently the stories out of Georgia. A tragic story about a young woman who died because it appears the people who should have given her health care were afraid they'd be criminalized after.
Yep, that's what we keep saying. Help, I'm being repressed. I don't even know how many times we've said it on this fucking channel. Too many times, feels like. For it to still be a thing. Not that we have that sort of reach. I guess my point is it just feels like this has just been going on way too long. And, the fact is that doctors have been put into one of the, sort of worst situations you could put a doctor into, essentially making healthcare illegal and forcing them to make the decision of whether or not to provide care or go to jail. Which is a completely fucked decision to ask someone to make who's supposed to provide care. It's the Hippocratic Oath, actually. So it puts them up against their own oath, right? And I think it should be retried. I think the Supreme... I mean, obviously I believe the Supreme Court has ruled incorrectly. I'm just... just think I'm optimistic. Thinking out loud in optimistic fashion right now. It should be. And hopefully if Democrats get elected here this cycle, we'll get some stuff done about it. We certainly are talking about it a lot this election cycle. We talk about it all the time during pretty much every election cycle. This one's been slightly more than usual due to the abolishing of Roe v. Wade by the Supreme Court. But, I'm sick of hearing us campaign about it. It's time for us to make it law, right? And just to nip it in the bud. Oh, right. That's what I was doing. I was also rolling for more characters. Who do we got? We got Astrid, and we got George Carlin. Sort of centered on the right side of the screen, the emotional support characters today. Okay. There we go.
The Dobbs decision came down. Laws that make no exception even for rape or incest, which means that you're telling a survivor of a crime of a violation to their body that they have no right to make a decision
about what happens to their body next, which is immoral. An approach that doesn't take into account that most people, I think, agree you don't have to abandon your faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
Georgia's Maternal Mortality Review Committee found Amber Thurman's death was preventable and largely due to delays in care. This comes as Project 2025 staffer, former Trump White House personnel chief John McEntee, doubted the danger of abortion bans in a TikTok post last Thursday.
Can someone track down the women Kamala Harris says are bleeding out in parking lots because Roe v. Wade was overturned? Don't hold your breath.
McEntee was...
Those are the saddest trumpets I've ever played in my life, because I almost didn't even want to, because it's almost not funny, even though it really is funny, because this guy here should be capable of figuring out that this comment is totally wrong. And Democracy Now! Here did the work. They brought at least 2 different examples here for him to look at. There's more, but there's at least 2 particular ones to peruse.
Widely ridiculed as women posted responses about their experiences being denied care. Well, today, ProPublica published a new report on a second woman in Georgia who died from medical abortion complications. Candy Miller's family said she didn't visit a doctor, quote, due to the current legislation on pregnancies and abortions, unquote. Overall, deaths due to complications from abortion pills are extremely rare. For more, we're joined by 2 guests. Monica Simpson is with us. She's executive director of Sister Song, the National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective based in Georgia. And Ziva Brandstetter is also joining us from Walnut Creek, California, senior editor at ProPublica, who helped edit 2 new reports by Kavitha Surana. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! I want to begin with Ziva. Actually, Vice President Harris cited your investigation in her answers to questions from the National Association of Black Journalists yesterday. Can you lay out the stories?
Correct. Well, thank you, first of all, Democracy Now! For having me on to talk about the reporting by ProPublica and reporter Kavitha Surana. We have reported 2 stories. Both deaths of these women occurred in the months following the overturn of Roe v. Wade by the Supreme Court. Both were in Georgia. Both were African-American women. The first case, Amber Thurman, 28-year-old single mother with a 3-year-old son. She died after doctors did not provide care over about a 20-hour period in the emergency room. She had taken abortion medication to end her pregnancy, and fetal tissue remained, which is a rare, a very rare complication of taking abortion medication, very simply solved with a procedure called a D&C that doctors did not provide over 20 hours in the emergency room. That procedure in almost all cases in Georgia now and in other abortion ban states is a felony. Doctors, it could.
This is horrifying. This is horrifying. That, I mean, this should not be a thing. This needs to stop. This genuinely endangers women. Oh my God. This could have been completely prevented. Simple medical procedure. Instead, she's dead.
Criminal prosecution for performing it. We don't know what was going through their minds, but they did not operate over 20 hours, and she died in August of 2022. The story that we just published today on ProPublica's website is about Candy Miller, a 41-year-old woman, also from Georgia, mother of 3, who also self-managed her abortion at home, which is becoming far more regular under abortion bans. She took abortion medication, again, rare complication. Instead of going to the hospital, she was afraid to seek care and did not, and died at home with a mixture of drugs that her family believes was trying to manage the pain. And she died as well in November of.
These are just. What makes these stories so fucking terrible is they were just completely preventable. They were completely fucking preventable. It wasn't like they had cancer. You know, these women were dealing with completely treatable medical conditions, and instead of helping them, doctors chose to do nothing for fear of going to prison. I mean, this kind of legislation puts us in the realm of, you know, Handmaid's Tale type stuff. We're not quite there, but, you know, we are buttressing up against it at this point in ways that make me very uncomfortable. Okay. I mean, the rest of that is equally as difficult as the first part of it. But I gotta stick to the timetable right now. GSL, you're uncomfortable? I don't know what that means. Don't cut off Carlin. I have to. Look. Okay, I'm gonna address this. Fact is, let's go back real quick here. The fact is, look at the screen in front of your face. Okay. I have to get 20 different characters to fit in the space between the TV. All right, and also be visible at the same time. And the fact is if I were to put all 20 of them up right now, it would show you it would show you that basically everyone gets cut off at some point to some degree, or at least, you know, I had to sacrifices were made, and there was no way for me to do it so that they could be seen and that nobody ever got cut off, right? Otherwise, you know, they would be tiny. They'd be tiny and you'd all be squinting at the screen like, what am I looking at right now? Is this an ant? Should be at least 3 times as big. Oh, you were just repeating my words. Did I say it was uncomfortable? Oh, in reference to the I almost called it the Hunger Games. In reference to the Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. It's all making sense now. It's really come together for me. Put Garland on top. Hey. Look, I can't go altering the balance of power at this point, okay? I feel like changing where people are amidst everything would cause riots, potentially. It's all been voted on. Although I guess there was no votes. That was real. That decision was really just me, wasn't it? Whatever. I'm taking too much time on this. We gotta keep moving. I figured I'd at least try to address it. I'm not sure if my answers were sufficient for you, but I tried. Always never forget that. Let's go here. Apparently, the House of Representatives voted down Speaker Mike Johnson's funding plan as an apparent deadline approaches here at the end of the month. What do we got? How many days are in September again? Is it 30? I want to say it's 30. Yes. 30. So 9 days until the U.S. government shuts down. House of Representatives has voted down Mike Johnson's bill once again. I think this is the second time at least. But he hasn't given up yet.
And Congress is under pressure after the House voted down Speaker Johnson's funding plan. The government is set to run out of money in just 12 days. 14 Republicans and all but 3 Democrats voted against the bill. Now Speaker Johnson says he's searching for a plan B.
We ran the play. It was the best play. It was the right one. And so now we go back to the playbook. We'll draw up another play, and we'll come up with a solution.
The problem with him, I'm going to use his football analogy here to sort of complete this. The problem here is that Mike Johnson's team objects to the basis of this whole plan, right? Funding the government in itself is, I would say, a majority of House Republicans object to that idea. And at any time that they can stop the funding of the government, they will. The federal government? Oh my God. Please.
To colleagues about their many ideas. We have time to fix the situation, and we'll get right to it.
ABC's Jay O'Brien joins me now from Capitol Hill for more. Jay, what are you hearing from lawmakers about why this failed?
Well, this
Actually, let's hear.
Because Johnson just didn't have the support on his right flank for this measure, and Democrats weren't going to support it because of what Johnson put in this temporary government funding bill. On Johnson's right flank, there are conservatives who say they don't want to vote for any temporary government funding package, and that's why, as you said, those 14 Republicans voted
Exactly. They all just object on principle to funding the government, the very thing which they're supposed to be funding. It's weird. It's a weird situation.
I don't want reality.
Who's expected to understand it? Suffice to say, House Republicans not on board. Mike Johnson's plan to make sure people get their food stamps and their Social Security. Well, actually, not the Social Security. I don't think that's tied to it. But their Medicaid. Stuff like that, I think, is all in part of the funding. I'm trying to think what other things aren't. I think government paychecks also are involved too. So like government officials, employees, government employees, local. I think all of that stuff is part of it. I'm trying to think what else is in there. Sorry, I don't know. I'm trying to just recall all of these things straight from memory. Let's go on and quickly talk about this. If you missed it, didn't hear about it somehow, the Federal Reserve earlier this week announced its decision to not only cut interest rates, but to cut them by more than expected, certainly by this particular spacecaster. As I said that if they did cut, I thought they would probably stick with a quarter basis point cut. Instead, they doubled that and made it a half a basis point cut, or half a percentage. Let's go here to CBS.
Well, the Federal Reserve announced its first interest rate cut in years yesterday. The cut slashes rates by half a percentage point, and it brings rates down from the previous 23-year high. CBS News contributor Javier David joins me now with more. Javier, we were talking about this yesterday. We were both leaning towards a quarter percentage point, and then lo and behold, we get this half a percentage point. What kind of relief can consumers expect to see immediately, and then where could they see some long-term relief?
Yeah. And surprise, surprise, the Fed decided to go big, and it decided that even though by its own admission, the economy is performing at a relatively strong pace, or moving at a relatively strong pace, they need to do this, and they intend to do this even more or deepen the cuts by the end of the year. So it's a good surprise, but the market sort of did what it normally does, which is...
Okay. So yeah. It's pretty big news, as it's been, an entire year essentially where they've held interest rates where they were at, which was already elevated level. level that hadn't been seen for like, I think 15? It's like 10 or 15 years. And are now deciding that it's time. And while I think he just said, or maybe he says it later, but a lot of people are saying that maybe it's because the Federal Reserve believes interest rates have, you know, done everything they need to do. I would point out that even the Federal Reserve themselves, in their press conferences or their statement, didn't even say that. They still thought that there was work that still needed to be done. The recent report showed that inflation was still stickier than the 2% target of the Fed. But I think, at least from what I can tell, they often try not to say these sorts of things too out loud, as you know, I think they get concerned about spooking certain people or whatever. But at least from what I figure, they have some concerns about the labor market, as it has been showing signs of softness recently, with, you know, unemployment rate ticking up. Although it was very, very low, of course, but recent figures have shown that an increase in unemployment, a decrease in number of jobs created as well. Hardly anyone recalls it, but interest rates were over 20% during Reagan's first term. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. It's like 50 plus years ago, interest rates were way higher. And at one point, they were even higher than that. Much higher. But the government is, you know, things have changed since Reagan's first term. We've done a lot of stuff to interest rates since then, especially since the financial crisis. Do we have time to do the rest of this stuff right now? Fuck it. We're going to keep this going, try and get through all of it. Alright, now let's quickly talk about housing and a couple of tech-related stories and other stuff like that. Before we take that first break, you might be able to tell I'm already behind. Let's go here to Seattle. King 5 from a day ago. Seattle Housing Initiative. Alternative will be on the ballot during February special election. Whoops, clicked the wrong screen.
Today, the Seattle City Council held a special meeting to decide how to pay for affordable housing across the city. There are two options, Initiative 137 or an alternative. Initiative 137 proposes using an employer tax on higher salaries to fund the housing. The alternative suggests that affordable housing should be funded through Seattle's payroll expense tax, which already taxes large employers.
This one seems like the better option to me.
The single largest source expense tax, which already taxes large employers. But it would also take money away from Jumpstart, the single largest source of funding for affordable housing across the city.
We're all in agreement. We need more affordable housing in Seattle. We are all aligned in that goal.
Both pieces of legislation will appear on the ballot in February of 2025.
I think I gotta look more into this one because I don't want to be wrong about which one is the right thing to vote on. So hopefully we'll hit that up later. But right now, just know that this is going to be on the November ballot. We will try and revisit that in the future so we can get some more detail on which thing makes more sense for you to vote on if you happen to be in Seattle. That's right, Sam Cedar was on MLH. It was one of 2 reasons for why I was late to starting the stream today. I was sitting there watching that until Sam got off. So, yeah. Now, let's go over here. Let's look at this. Let's go to LA, where apparently a Hollywood Hills mansion has been taken over by taggers.
Illegal. Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
A Hollywood Hills mansion taken over by squatters now has a whole new problem. It is being tagged, as in all of that graffiti, over almost the entire house. NBC4's John Kennedy's Klimak joins us live from what was once a very nice, fancy home. John, how did it get this bad?
You know, it hasn't been a nice, fancy home in a long time. Neighbors say this house has been vacant for at least over a decade. This has been posted up. The city came in, put a fence up, put the plywood, they put the signage that you're not supposed to be in here. That has not deterred anybody. On this plywood outside this, you'll notice this if you drive by here on Mulholland. All this graffiti here, neighbors say this started on Wednesday, but I want you to see what it looks like inside. News Chopper 4 overhead this morning shows you just how bad it's gotten. Again, neighbors say that this...
So now, if you're watching this and you have an objection to what you see here, what I would say is that we should do something about people leaving properties vacant. You know, people just buying up property and leaving it vacant, not living in it, barely maintaining it, and, you know, just sort of increasing the problems that we have with housing. You know, blame those people. Because the fact is like the neighbors said, according to this guy, this property's been sitting empty for 10 years. And I looked it up. I was intrigued. And not this particular house. I couldn't find the exact address of this house. But I looked up Hollywood Hills homes. And based upon what we can see here, this is a very large home. Practically a compound, if you will. I mean, look at the fucking staircases and look at this little walkway underneath. I mean, like, this thing is serious. Like, it looks like a goddamn, oh, what's his name? The one who was obsessed with the stairs. Oh, why can't I think of his name? It starts with an R. Ugh, whatever. Point is, it's wild. This is a wild place. It's probably worth like $10 million. And if you have the money to just leave this empty, like, go fuck yourself, okay? I don't want to hear your complaints about taggers. Like, live in your $10 million home or sell it, please. Like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, if you, like, I mean, come on. MC Escher, that's it. It's not an R. Why did I think it was an R? Who was I thinking of? Yes, but B-Cat's right. It's MC Escher. But doesn't it kind of look like an MC Escher painting? Just a little bit? Or drawing? I think they were all drawings. But, like, come on. It is crazy. It's like 17 stairways in that one photo. Okay. Now to tech. Let's go to King 5 Seattle again. How will Amazon's new return to office mandate impact Seattle employees and the economy? Interesting question. If you hadn't heard, Amazon has mandated that its workforce return to a 5-day-a-week in-office policy in contravention of its former policy.
New tonight, a big change is coming for Amazon's corporate workers. Starting January 2nd, they'll be required to be in the office 5 days a week. Right now, employees are only required to be at work in the office 3 days a week.
King 5's Maddie White joins us live at the Amazon Spheres now. And Maddie, last year, hundreds of employees left Amazon when they started phasing this back in.
Exactly, Madison. And now the question is, will that happen again? Amazon tells me that amid this transition, it may discover that certain jobs are no longer necessary. And a current corporate Amazon employee I heard from tells me that they suspect that that is by design.
We're just going to lose a lot of really good people because of this, and not because they want to leave. They're kind of being forced to.
This current Amazon employee asked us not to share her identity out of concern for retaliation.
I think it probably costs a lot less to leave people, or to have people choose to leave on their own rather than having to do forced layoffs.
The current employee also believes working parents,
we're all over the state,
will be disproportionately impacted by a 5-day-a-week return to office requirement.
If you're a parent or if you're a caregiver, it's going to be a huge impact,
As Washington's big.
Yeah, and the fact is I think a lot of people who were in the tech industry thought that tech was going to stay with this policy and sort of set up their lives around it. I mean, we heard about people, building out, especially in tech, where people had perhaps a little bit more disposable income, putting on, building out fancy offices in their homes, additions and things like that. Assuming that they were going to be working from home for a great deal of time. And if other tech companies follow in suit with Amazon, as they often fucking do, I mean, in lockstep practically.
Minowep gifted a tier 1 subscription to Twitch.
Hey. Minowep. Thank you, Moanoep, for the gifted tier 1 sub to Twitchy Schmegly. Twitchy Schmegly, you just got gifted a sub. Enjoy that. Get all galactic with it.
Employer, local experts say Amazon's full return to office will likely worsen traffic in and around Seattle and create a hotter housing market.
More people means more economic activity.
But downtown associations are rejoicing. In Bellevue,
we already saw a big uptick in pedestrian traffic when they went to 3 days a week.
Amazon's footprint is.
Ooh, well, the capitalists are super excited. Ooh, can we get them to work 8 days a week? Is that possible? That would be best for our bottom line. I am 50% of the way to completing my sub goal. Well, that's amazing. What is that, 20? Does that mean we're at 25 current subs? Fucking hell. It would be amazing to have 50 active subs on Twitch. Be more than 10% of our followers over there. Alrighty. A couple more tech stories here. Let's go to this. Actually, I'm going to put this here. Let's go to this. FTC has just come out with a report showing that a absolutely staggering amount of personal data has been collected on social media sites.
The Federal Trade Commission is accusing 9 social media and streaming sites of vast surveillance of their users, including children and teenagers. Joe Lincoln has more on the new study and its potential impacts. Joe Link, good morning.
Nate, good morning. This is a landmark study, 129 pages of a report offering insight into what the FTC calls a failure to implement safeguards for users in social media and streaming platforms. Now, the FTC has ordered these 9 companies to provide information on their data collection practices. The report calls the amount of data collected simply staggering. Now, according to this report, through targeted ads, on and off these platforms, they've been gathering information like marital status, annual income.
There are some very concerning things in here. Particularly these last two that make me the most outraged. Health conditions and religious faith. These should be things that are genuinely, so long as somebody would like them to be, and it should be assumed that they do, private. They should be kept private, right? And for this to be stuff that they're keeping track of and selling, it's a problem. But they're not just doing it on you and I. Apparently they're also doing it on children. So that's probably bad. Not that the other isn't bad, but it's, you know, anyway. We might get into this report more later. Whoops. Apple is gathering data on... Yeah, what's the news? I get what you're saying. The fact is, the news is the FTC did a report on it. That's the news. Is that the government was actually aware enough of what a computer is to know what data is, and that companies have been doing some maybe questionable stuff about it. Thanks to, I would argue, probably Lena Khan. But you know, we have had an incredibly old and tech unsavvy government for a very long time. So stuff like this, while it may not be a revelation to any of us here, it is still a revelation that our government is recognizing it. Do you get what I'm saying? All right, now let's go to this. I found this one kind of hilarious because Tom Cotton, and for those of you unfamiliar, Tom Cotton is he's a U.S. senator from Arkansas, a Republican, of course, and a real shit human being. And I think he had something here. He thought, at least in his mind, he thought he had something upon coming up with this question. Or maybe I would assume he didn't come up with this question. I would guess maybe one of his interns came up with this question. But let's see how this went for him. He asked the Alphabet executive in a Senate hearing recently to ask why, after Trump's assassination attempt, Google's autofill was repressing Donald Trump.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Wait.
That to me either.
You
Mr.
son of a
Walker,
bitch.
Google
Shut up, Tom.
Didn't.
Shut up, Tom. Hold on. My stream software just did something stupid. Why would you do this? I never asked for you to do this. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. Oh god, this is so annoying. Sorry, everybody. While this is reloading, I am going to take a quick pee break. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see, is this working now? It's not. It's still not working. Well, this is dumb. You don't know what caused this calamity? All I did was literally click and unintentionally drag one of the scenes here instead of just clicking, and it has caused an utter just meltdown of this fucking software. That's the kind of stuff that causes problems with this thing. I mean, I wish there was... I mean, I guess technically there is better broadcasting software out there, maybe. It's just the one that I'm the most familiar with, and is technically free, although multi-streaming isn't free. So now it's like literally... Oh, wait. Wait for it. I think it knows. I think it knows that it's slow. Are we gonna switch now? No? Still no switch. It is, you're right, it's tomfoolery. I drugged it. That's right. What a drag. Oh, I thought the pee break would solve this. I was like, yeah. 30 seconds should be good enough. No. Instead we are just utterly held back in life. Held back. I swear to God. It's gonna switch at some point. And then it's gonna go back to being, well, as fine as it was. But this happens once every week, I want to say. I unintentionally click and drag. And then it has a fucking fit. If I do that while I'm not streaming, no problem. The fact is most of the problems with this software elude me. Partly, I think a lot of the problem is that a lot of it has to do with its connection to the servers for these websites that I'm streaming to, and then also the software. It's usually press more buttons. That's a great point. I've already clicked quite a lot. Probably done enough clicking. Eventually, it just happens. Like, this has happened so many times. Over the last, how long have we been going now? 7 months? I think 7 months, folks. We've been going a long time. By the way, we're over 20,000 views now on YouTube. Over 23,000, I think, now. Or like 22, something like that. Making moves. Somehow we have 20,000 plus views. Only 294 subs. Truly confusing. It's truly a confusing situation. Task Manager? If I shut down the software that's in question, it will end the stream. And what's even more confusing, probably to you, is that the fact that everything else is working. And to me. I mean, look, everything is working perfectly fine. But no, can't switch. Control-Alt-Delete. Yeah. Same objection there. But thankfully, we have finally fixed it. Just so it's easy for me to know where this is, I'm going to do this. Ooh, look, pretty artwork. The Galactic Library. By the way, you can see more artwork like this on the Galactic Patreon. Right. Let's go and listen to Tom Cotton.
That to me either. Mr. Walker, Google famously did not autofill results of people searching for Donald Trump's or assassination attempt Donald Trump a few weeks ago. What happened there? Why was that the result of your company's?
We've had a long-standing policy center of not associating terms of violence associated with political officials unless they had become a historic event. So.
Aw. Yeah, that actually makes sense, that you wouldn't want the word assassination associated with Donald Trump. You know? Granted, once the assassination attempt happens, of course, that's when it makes sense, like you said, when it becomes historical.
Assassination of Abraham Lincoln would have been allowed. Up until the weeks prior to the assassination attempt, it would have been deeply problematic, I think, to autocomplete assassination after a search for Donald Trump.
He's so disappointed. And as you can tell by the shortness of this clip, Tom Cotton did not get the answer that he wanted. It's very sad for him.
Those terms are periodically updated. The assassination attempt occurred in between one of those periodic updates. It has subsequently been updated, and now autocompletes appropriate.
Okay, let me ask both.
Yeah, no follow-up. No follow-up from Tom there. What, Tom, you didn't like that answer? Were you hoping he would say, because Google hates Republicans? Sir, we have a policy of hating Republicans here at Google, so we decided to repress Donald Trump's assassination attempt, of course. He was not expecting something reasonable. Very unfortunate for Tom. Alright, last tech story. Let's go here. Reuters from a day ago. Got a situation going on in the video game space. Apparently there's a bit of a kerfuffle over a particular game by the name of Pal World. If you're unfamiliar, it's basically Pokemon. Not gonna lie, when I first saw the videos that came out of it, I thought, wow, this sure looks a lot like Pokemon. Well, Nintendo has decided to sue them. Nintendo owns Pokemon.
Nintendo and the Pokémon Company are suing the makers of the hit Pal World video game. The pair said Thursday that they are taking Tokyo-based game developer Pocket Pair to court over alleged patent infringements. They're seeking an injunction and compensation for damages. Sometimes called Pokémon with Guns, Pal World is one of this year's breakout hit games. It gained over 25 million players within a month of being launched in mid-January. In the game, players capture and train cute creatures called pals, who can, like the player, use guns. After it was launched, the Pokémon Company said it would investigate and take action over any intellectual property violation. Pocket Pair did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Thursday's news. In July, it announced the creation of a joint venture with Sony to promote the game worldwide. Pal World is available on platforms including Steam and Microsoft's X.
Okay. Now, seems like the internet's pretty divided about this situation. Is Pokemon right? Is Pokemon wrong? And it seems to be basically divided among which game you like more. Not gonna lie. Me personally, I don't play either game anymore. I never played Pal World. Used to play Pokemon. Don't really care one way or the other about that. But at least half of the idea is very Pokemon-esque. Whether or not Nintendo deserves to win this suit, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of patent trolling, not gonna lie. You watch so many videos about drums, guitar keys, Google is confused by what instruments you can play. They want to sell them all to you. Oh. Money-making opportunity here, Google sees, clearly. Alright. Well, that ends the first half of the show. We've got a lot more to talk about, but we're going to take a quick galactic break. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe over there on YouTube. Hit the bell icon too so you get all those sweet, sweet galactic notifications. If you've done all of those things, I really appreciate it. And would urge you to consider becoming a patron. If you're watching this show and you're enjoying it, consider making a small contribution, $3 a month on Patreon. It gets you access to a whole bunch of different, very awesome benefits. And it also helps to keep the Galactic News Network alive. Link is in the chat as well as in my YouTube and Twitch bios. Alright, space break. Grab a snack. I'll be back. Okay, chat. I am back. Which means it's time for the second half. Alright, Space Fams, get back in your seats. Second half is starting. Now, I figured we would start this half off the Earth weather and environmental stuff half with this. This is a Savante Arrhenius's breakdown. Now, if you don't know who Savante Arrhenius is, actually, let me read a little piece of his Wikipedia bio for you. He is essentially the first guy to ever posit, on paper at least, the idea of climate change, essentially human-made climate change. He, hold on. Savante August Arrhenius For Memrus? I don't know what that means. I think it's some sort of Swedish title. Originally a physicist, but often referred to as a chemist, Arrhenius was one of the founders of the science of physical chemistry. He received the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 1903, becoming the first Swedish Nobel laureate. Wait, I just realized, no volume. Unacceptable.
Mr. Arrhenius, you say carbon dioxide in the atmosphere may change the climate. Should I be worried for my great-great-great-grandchildren?
James, all the coal we waste today will inevitably lead to a changed climate. But I think a future with a more agreeable climate where the earth will bring forth much more crops than at present. All for the benefit of a growing population.
Oh, that's good.
So your grandkids will be fine.
Oh, very rosy.
Mr. Arrhenius.
Petroleum. Economic growth, military-industrial complex, neoliberalism, internet, war on terror, climate crisis, mass extinction.
Svante!
Don't drink this.
Yeah, okay. It's very silly. Is that absinthe? Yes. That is definitely 100% absinthe. Everybody was drinking it back then. Stu was born in 1859. The kind of things people put in their body in 1859 they thought that were good for them. My God. And he came up with that theory, I think it was in, like, very, very early 1900s, like or actually it might have been late 19th century, like 1895. It was somewhere between, like, 1895 and, like, 1905. I can't remember. Exactly. I think I'm pretty close at that guess. It explains the laws. So true. So true. At least some of them. There's only so much wormwood in the world, so not everybody was always on absinthe, but there was, you know. And once again, I'm not sure absinthe was even the worst thing to put in your body at that time, for sure. It still isn't. Alright, let's go here. Associated Press from Dago. How a robotic dog that fire blasts weeds could help curb pesticide use in agriculture. Let's see what's up. Okay, and this is just me. Look, don't get me wrong. Is it pointing it at a weed now? Yeah. Yeah, it is. But I just want to go back 3 seconds. Here, we have a robotic dog with a fucking flamethrower attached. It just pointed forward. My God. it's honestly, it's a little bit freaky. Seeing a robot dog equipped with a flamethrower. Doesn't feel like a good future.
Weeding itself, I mean, is actually a suppressing system. It cannot completely kill the weed, but the longer you can suppress it, is better. You give a chance for the crop to overgrow the weed.
I prefer the lasers that we saw earlier. Do you all remember the lasers? We saw a very similar device, but it wasn't a robot built by Boston Dynamics. It wasn't one of those robot dogs from them. Instead, it was just an apparatus. Some sort of farming apparatus with a laser attached to the bottom of it, and a sensor, or a grouping of sensors that picked up where the... I like that. That was a much better. Arming these fucking dogs with flamethrowers and setting them loose, fuck that. Okay. Let's go here to Texas. Residents return to damaged homes after Texas pipeline fire. So this is in wake of the car crash that happened in Texas, which led to that massive sort of fire pillar that we saw earlier this week at a gas pipeline. Like, it was like 100 feet in the air, I swear to God. If you didn't see it, look it up. It was insane. Let's go here, as it did damage a bunch of shit in the surrounding area.
I mean, every now and then something happens.
Don't play me. You're out of Coca-Cola? That is a disaster. Very sad. I wish I had a solution for you, but I do not.
Never nothing like this close to the house. And we were hoping we were far enough away from the refineries that none of this would happen like this, but I guess anything can happen.
I feel like
If that shot was taken from his backyard, I would say no. It doesn't seem like you're far enough away. Jesus Christ. Well, at least they still have a house, it would seem. Just a very which is a different. It's just different. Just a different sort of thing, you know? But you know, if front of this house is fucked.
maybe they should have had that, you know, more secured, especially on a busy road next to a neighborhood, and then there's a park right there, you know. Kids could have been there when this happened, so I feel like it could have been protected more.
Damn, that sucks. Room full of foam. It's not just the outside of the house. All right. Now let's look at another thing. Actually, not another thing. A very, very related thing in Texas. And it's actually something that is threatening communities across the United States, but Texas especially. Here's an ABC News story from a couple of days ago on something called zombie wells. That Alex Jones scream is so useful for so many things, I swear to God.
All eyes are on Houston right now as an explosion of a gas pipeline is causing a raging inferno. And tonight, experts say there's a different hidden threat around Texas and in at least 25 other states that's not being monitored nearly enough. We're talking about millions of abandoned oil and gas wells. They can contaminate groundwater and spew carcinogenic chemicals and harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. So ABC News Investigates partnered with ABC News Live and owned stations and affiliates to conduct the largest news investigation of its kind. What potential threats do these wells pose to millions of Americans? And is enough being done to fix the problem? Tonight, Arcana Whitworth brings us Zombie Wells, the threat beneath.
From a distance, the shallow waters of Trinity Bay, just outside Houston, can appear almost pristine, but hidden in plain sight lies a threat few are even aware of.
We are headed out into Trinity Bay, and that is where they believe there is the largest concentration of these abandoned offshore wells. And the concern is that they're leaking.
More than 100 abandoned oil and gas wells have been left to rot in this bay for decades. They're considered
Jesus
abandoned
Christ.
because they haven't produced in years.
We are utterly surrounded in every direction by abandoned oil and gas wells.
Like most abandoned wells, these decaying rigs are rarely checked for leaks, which is why we've come to see
good.
if we can detect any ourselves. As we approach one well, we hear...
I mean, why would you want to check these rotting infrastructures? These oil wells. Why would you want to check on these that are clearly not threatening the environment at all? Wait, sorry. Take that back. I meant absolutely, definitely threatening the environment completely. It's in a fucking lake or whatever this is.
an ominous sound.
This is hissing. I can...
Yeah, we can all hear it. We can all hear it very well. Thank you. It's very loud. I don't know. I assume you can all hear that. The oil and gas industry left so much shit. Yeah, absolutely. That's what this whole thing is about. Is about how oil and gas industry profited from all of this stuff. They reaped the benefits of the natural resources. They set up all this shit, and they just abandoned it and let it rot, let it destroy the environment around it. And in some cases, just the environment at large, because of leaks like that, where you have methane or whatever else just kind of spewing into into the environment with nothing deterring it.
We've brought along a handheld gas detector that experts told us could detect if a well is leaking.
I don't think we need a gas detector for this one. I can detect it with my ears, which is not a good sign.
Gas.
There, it's going. It's going. It's going. The second I put it over here. Typically, these aging wells, when they leak gas, it is methane. So that is a dangerous greenhouse gas.
Nearby, we find another abandoned well where there's bubbling just below the surface.
Oh, that's a good
This
sign.
thing just bubbling everywhere. Oh, it's
It's
high.
probably normal,
High.
right? Aw.
This is a dark side of the fossil fuel industry. A hidden, mostly invisible threat lurking just beneath the surface of more than 25 states. There are more than 3.5 million abandoned oil and gas wells across the U.S. that we know of.
We've found that around 14 million Americans live within a mile of an abandoned well.
Those that leak are known in Texas as zombie wells.
A zombie is something that's been killed or dead and comes back to life. That's what I call a zombie well. They're coming back to life.
Leaking abandoned wells can contaminate groundwater and spew carcinogenic chemicals and harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere.
These wells are
Yeah, and a lot of these wells are on people's properties because they paid, or they were paid by oil companies to have them there. Then they abandon them, and no one's maintaining it. No one is maintaining it, and they're left. People are left wondering what to do with these things. And now, of course, if you profited from this, I would say, geez, you should have thought ahead about that. But then, just generally speaking, like societally, I mean, this is a huge fucking problem, right? Regardless of whose responsibility it is, it's just a problem. And there's apparently like thousands of these things all over the country. Texas has the most, maybe not shocking to anybody, but a lot of these, you know, shale oil, the fracking boom in the northern states like the Dakotas, Pennsylvania, Virginia's, you know, there's the same situation kind of happening now. You know, it's just happening, it's on a different time scale. It started later. Right, the fracking boom didn't happen until way later, right? So the deterioration of this stuff is, although of course the effects it's complicated, but you get what I'm saying. Some of that stuff is going to happen at some point. You're going to see a lot of these people who are right now profiting from all this stuff. You hear talk about it during the discussion of the election, how in Pennsylvania, you know, it's jobs, it's money. Same thing for the Dakotas too, technically. And but the thing is that you know, those people are currently profiting for something that's not only destroying the environment, but will probably have, well, not probably, will definitely have direct impacts on their environment in the state. And you know, people in people in Pennsylvania will be left holding that bag the same way that people in Texas are being, you know, left with the bag. All right, let's go here to Reuters, to Ecuador. Where the country is facing a power crisis at this moment.
Ecuador's military patrolled the streets of the capital Quito on Wednesday night as the government shut down the country's power network for preventative maintenance. More blackouts are set for next week as the country faces a power crisis amid its worst drought in 61 years. Water levels have dropped dramatically, severely affecting hydroelectric plants. Wednesday's blackout was scheduled from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The The government said the measure will be repeated from Tuesday to Thursday next week during the same hours. It was unclear how many weeks power cuts would be implemented for, causing safety concerns among locals. This woman says she is rushing home to her waiting children. We are trying to go back home and try to secure the doors because most of us are quite scared at night, in complete darkness, she says. Some 46,000 police officers will be mobilized nationwide during the nighttime power cuts, the National Police said.
Jeez. That is unfortunate. And this is why we need to diversify our energy sources, you know? Not just hydroelectric, not just wind, not just solar, nuclear. You know, we need at least, you know, most municipalities need access to at least multiple sources, at least 2 or 3, I would say, of good renewable electric sources. Otherwise, you're left with situations like this. Entire countries having to do a bunch of real unfortunate stuff to the people living in them, including blackouts. I mean, blackouts really is the thing, right? Suddenly nobody has electricity. Yikes. Let's go to Brazil, where in Lake Tefé in the Amazon, apparently, baby fucking dolphins are washing up on the shore.
The remains of rare baby river dolphins have been washing up on the shores of Brazil's Lake Tefé in recent weeks. The Amazon rainforest is experiencing its worst drought on record and seeing lower water levels and higher temperatures.
Geez, I wonder if lower water levels are bad for baby dolphins.
Putting these vulnerable freshwater dolphins under threat. Last week alone, researchers say they found an average of 1 dead animal washed ashore every day. Miriam Marmantel, head of the Dolphin Project at the Mamirawa Institute for Sustainable Development, told Reuters the situation is made worse by heavy boat traffic in the river's main channel. 2 dolphins were recently killed when boats ran into them.
The channel is 2 meters deep, maybe 100 meters wide at most, and all the animals are concentrated in this area.
2 meters deep. That does not seem like enough for dolphins.
And through this same channel, all the boats entering Tefé pass from a canoe to a large, heavy ferry. So this brings the species very close together and generates the possibility of conflict, as we...
This is frustrating. I love dolphins. It's very frustrating for me.
already identified here on the lake.
In last year's drought, more than 200 of the endangered freshwater dolphins died in Lake Tefé from excessive water temperatures. And it's not just the rare dolphin species that are suffering. Residents living along the transport routes are stranded as shallow waters prevent boat access and leave their floating homes grounded. Lake Tefé local Francisco Alvaro Santos told Reuters it's the first time ever.
Well, it's not just dolphins, it's also humans. And that's not all that's happening in Brazil. Let's go here to Channel 4 News from 9 hours ago. On the front line of raging fires in the Brazilian Amazon.
It is 10 a.m., but the darkness is suffocating.
We're driving deep into the Brazilian Amazon to witness a war that the fire is winning. This land was virgin forest, protected by the federal government. But this year, nowhere is safe.
Our hearts are broken. We never expected such destruction. All countries suffer the consequences. Other countries should support Brazil because they depend on the oxygen of the Amazon. Our country retains a big part of the world's preserved forests. If they don't help, things will be much worse for them too.
Brazil is facing its worst drought in more than 70 years. Brazilian farmers have always had a burning season where they clear the land for livestock.
That's hot.
But this year, the fires are out of control. This is the front line against one of the worst burning seasons in the Amazon and the driest ever recorded.
These pictures are fucking eerie.
Almost half of South America has been covered in smoke.
Oh yeah, that's what I was about to say. All the smoke gives it this very apocalyptic fucking feel, like you're in some sort of a like a war movie or something, but nope. Just massive wildfires that have been going on seemingly all fucking year. We've been talking about them for, I don't know, what, 5 months?
In Portobello, they haven't seen the sun for weeks. Even 6 hours drive from the battlefield, the smoke carpets the city. Many people in Portobello can hardly breathe. Hospital beds are filling up, with a surge in patients reporting respiratory problems.
You love the sound of Brazilian Portuguese? It has a very distinctive sound. It sounds similar to Spanish. Yeah, it has. Yeah, it definitely sounds like Spanish and French. I mean, they're all Romance languages, of course. All right, let's go across the pond to UK. Apparently, UK farmers are producing a new way of... they've created a new way of packaging and producing potato crisps. Chips, if you're not from Britain. Looks normal.
Hot right now.
What's different about this, I wonder? Hold on, let me get to this guy talking. Oh, it's not that far away. We'll just let him play.
This is 100% cellulose film. It's the only fully 100% compostable crisp packet that we know of. This took us 4 years to develop, and we're now on to our 3rd generation, and we're actually trialing a 4th generation to try and extend shelf life. But whatever you do with this packet, it will break down. It will dissolve back into water, carbon dioxide, and biomass.
This is pretty freaking awesome, not gonna lie. I would not have expected cellulose to be the new choice for manufacturers to make bags of chip with, but I hope everybody follows in line with this sort of practice. Because the fact is if you can just use biomass, like they're apparently doing with this, to create it, I mean, that is readily abundant, right? I mean, it's just great. Oh, right. I forgot. There is a lot of just sort of pictures of farming. We don't have to watch 8 minutes of farming.
Growing lots of crops on our farms, potatoes, cereals, beetroot, and energy crops. But what we try to do is farm all of these intensively, but at the same time, we want to be environmentally friendly and sustainable in our farming business. So since early 2000s, we've been looking at our soils and on our cropping and how we can bring the two together to look after our soils and actually make sustainable farming with the intensive potato crop like this one here.
Okay, cool. It's pretty cool. Brits eat a lot of crisps. Americans do too. We just call them something different. So it would have an impact, not just in the UK, but other places, if people were to choose to start packaging things with cellulose. The fact is that kind of packaging is used for all sorts of shit. So we just gotta get people on board with this plan. Now, of course, for some things you might not want something that would break down, but just saying, we should, in as many places as we can, be replacing cellulose. I mean, not cellulose, oil, plastic based packaging. We talk about it all the time. Still true. Now let's talk about a different use for biomass. Here's Reuters from 11 hours ago on a story in Spain discussing Spanish olive oil producers' new use for something unexpected. That being the pits, or stones, of the olive.
Spain's energy crisis has seen both gas and electricity prices soar, throwing one of its main industries into uncertainty: olive oil production. The country's famed liquid gold accounts for up to half of the global output, and 80% of that comes from Andalusia. But one farmer barely flinched at the rising costs, hammering fellow Spaniards. His secret?
We produce olive oil and we convert the olive stones into biomass, which we use to heat up the swimming pool, the underfloor heating system, and to have hot water in the toilets during winter.
While olive oil pits are used to heat the house, farmer David Jimenez Zamora says from September through the winter, they also power the machines making olive oil. But how can an olive pit power a machine of this scale?
Here we have the boiler, and from here it goes to a device that takes it into the heater. Here's a tube that feeds air to the serpentine, so it brings the olive stone inside and starts to heat up. Here is where we burn it and start heating this other part of the boiler, and from here is where the hot water passes.
Now, unfortunately, due to the fact that they're burning this biomass, it's relatively, what's the word? Ineffective in being green. It is a good way to save money for him as a farmer, and it's a reuse of waste, but as it relates to using fuel sources that are greener, it really isn't greener unless you count the olive color. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, but my understanding of these sorts of burners are not very green at all. About as green as natural gas, I think, but it doesn't produce methane. It produces just normal carbon dioxide. Crisps are chips and chips are fries. Yes, that checks out. I like them all. I'll eat all 4. Please give me more, please. Thank you. Okay. Now let's talk about Storm Boris. A storm that has been ravaging Europe. Started off pretty much in the... as far east as you can go and still be in Europe. And has been making its way across the continent. This is from a day ago. This footage here is drone video of some of the flooding that's been caused in Italy from this storm. Damn, dude. How many videos like this are we going to see this year? What the fuck is going on? How many? Pause, please. Thank you. How many of these videos do we have to see this year? For everybody to just wake up about climate change. And the fact is, I wonder how many people are actually seeing these videos. For instance, this video that we're watching right now. This one got 11,000 views. Seems like people are concerned. In fact, this is one of the higher view videos of this flood, even though it is... I mean, look at the damn... what are people doing? Are they just sleeping through this? I know the people that live here aren't sleeping through this. They're probably, you know, having a pretty difficult time with it. At least maybe not on... You get what I'm saying. Too many people are just like, until it happens to me, I don't care. And that is a bad way to live life. It essentially ensures that when the time comes for you to be the person people care about, there is, what do you call it? A lack of incentive. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I talk too much, but we've seen literally just what feels like a dozen countries at least, maybe more. Definitely more, actually. With damage that looks like this, you know, water just freely flowing into homes and buildings, entire cities just shut down. You got 3 people walking. I think this is the first sign of human life that I've seen this whole time. These people hanging out this one dry spot. Look at it. They've got fucking rafts waiting here for people to get on board. The raft trolley. Totally normal. Good lord. Oh, what am I doing? We got a bunch more. We got a bunch more footage of this. Let's go to this one. This is Guardian News. It's also from a day ago? Yeah. No, this is just, actually, I just realized it's the same footage.
Forcing residents to clamber onto rooftops to reach safety. A storm system brought devastating floods to the northern Italian region of Emilia-Romagna on Thursday for the 2nd year in a row. The National Fire Department said it carried out carried out more than 500 rescue operations in the area, including some using helicopters. The low-pressure system, named Boris, has wreaked deadly havoc across Central Europe, causing the worst flooding in more than 2 decades.
Yeah.
As the system moved west over
That's
Italy,
a lot of
the
water.
acting president of Emilia-Romagna told public radio it had rained non-stop for 48 hours. Authorities in the town of Lugo ordered the evacuation of all ground floor residences after the local Senio River broke its banks. Over 1,000 people were evacuated overnight from their homes as 3 rivers overflowed. Schools were closed and rail services suspended in several provinces on Thursday. Floods and mudslides were also affecting the neighbouring regions of Tuscany and Marca.
Yeah, I think we should probably do something about climate change. What do you think? Maybe now? Maybe now is a good time for everyone?
Flooding continues to ravage parts of Europe as Storm Boris presses on with its path of destruction. Around 1,000 people were evacuated across northern Italy after torrential rains and severe flooding. Rivers burst, with local officials urging people to stay on the upper stories of their homes or leave them outright. Hundreds had to find shelter in schools or sports centres. In the Czech Republic, new areas were threatened as the massive flooding continued moving across the area. The Interior Minister said another person was reported killed in the hard-hit northeast, bringing the death toll there to 5. Helicopters distributed humanitarian aid while soldiers and emergency services participated in cleanup and recovery efforts.
You know, this might be a bold assumption, but I want to believe that these 3 houses weren't in the middle of a river before this.
Soldiers and emergency services participated in cleanup and recovery efforts. Residents...
And the fact is, you can tell that it wasn't before when you look around. Because some of this concrete, some of these things clearly aren't from over here, and are in fact were part of some sort of paving here, I believe.
Participated in cleanup and recovery efforts. Residents of the southwestern Polish town of Kłodzko began cleaning up damage after a local river rose almost 3 times above its alarm level. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said the situation in Kłodzko was the most dramatic in the entire country.
This is insane. This is fucking insane. What the fuck? This looks like a movie set. It doesn't look like real life.
So much was destroyed in the houses of residents in Lower Austria, there is now huge amounts of garbage. However, the large waste incineration plant in Dornrohr was flooded and therefore at a standstill.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably an expected amount of garbage, actually, from all of that. It's a terrible amount of garbage, but considering how much flooding, I'm shocked to see that there's only that much, although I might be getting ahead of myself as the cleanup efforts aren't done. Alright, let's go to this. This is one of the last stories on this. Apparently the EU chief has pledged billions of dollars, euros, in aid for flood relief. Hold on. Just gonna turn the volume down a little bit so I can read this. The EU will free up billions of euros to help Central Europe recover from severe floods. That's according to the head of the European Commission.
These are extraordinary times, and extraordinary times need extraordinary measures.
Ursula.
At first sight, 10 billion euros are possible to mobilize from the cohesion funds for the countries that are affected. This is an emergency reaction now. Thank you very much again for the fast convening of this group. And of course, we stand by your side also in the months and years to come when it.
Well, they're certainly going to need it. This the amount of damage that's been done at this point has got to be in the tens of billions of dollars across the EU. All right, let's go to here. This is Reuters from 11 hours ago. In Nigeria's food belt, farmers fear another flood. If you recall, Nigeria recently flooded. We talked about it. They were already dealing with food insecurity there. It has caused a lot of problems for people, not just the water, for the, just not the normal, just like it's also, because it's also, like caused a whole bunch of problems for the crops and for farmers. Let's go to this.
Prison authorities in Nigeria said on Sunday that 281 inmates had escaped after devastating floods in the country's northeast collapsed the walls of a jail early last week. 7 of the escaped prisoners from the medium security custodial center in Maiduguri have been recaptured, a spokesperson for the Nigeria Correctional Services said in a statement. Umar Abubakar said operations were underway to find the rest. Maiduguri is the capital of Borno State, which early last week suffered its worst floods in decades after a dam overflowed following heavy rains.
That the squid emoji looks more like a scarab to you than a squid? I think I can see how you see that. I think I see what you're talking about. It's like an optical illusion. Get far enough away from it. Alright, what else do we have to talk about before we move along? What time is it? We still got a fuck ton of stuff. Alright, let's quickly look at this. This is Channel 4 news from a day ago. They did a story on Kenya's carbon capture industry, which is not only problematic due to its sort of placating of people's thoughts on the future of like certain industries, as well as, and by placating I mean like being people thinking, oh, this industry is fine because they bought carbon capture credits, as if it somehow undoes the damage done by their industries, when in fact does not do that. But that's how it's generally being applied at this point. But that's not the only problem. It's also causing indigenous people that live in Kenya to be threatened. I just realized we looked at the wrong, whatever.
Nigerian.
In Kenya's Mau Forest, there are many reasons to be grateful.
When we go to the forest to harvest honey, we usually feel great joy. We're happy because we know our children will be well fed.
The Ogiek people are one of the last hunter-gatherer communities in East Africa. For centuries, this song of thanksgiving has been heard among the trees.
We have everything inside this forest. We don't have to go and find anything else. You come, you get a ready cooked food, you eat and take for your family.
But for Stephen Unsilo, this is now a paradise lost. He is one of roughly 1,000 Ogiek who have been evicted from the forest in the last year. Now, honey must be harvested quickly while the soldiers aren't around.
I want you to...
Illegal.
And the fact is, the carbon capture industry has become a multi-billion-dollar-a-year industry, because so many companies want to greenwash themselves in their activities. They want to have something to point to say, look, we do all this bad stuff, but hey, it's all fixed because we bought carbon capture credits. And Kenya's government is attempting to cash in on that, but it is in fact disenfranchising a number of people from the land itself. And it's not great. Also, not a solution to climate change. Ending the fossil fuel industry is the solution to that. All right. Now, let's talk about wildlife a little bit here. First, since we're in Kenya, I figured we'd talk about these turtles in particular. Watch these newly hatched endangered sea turtles make their journey to the ocean in Kenya. Oh. So cute.
All these beaches here are places where turtles come to lay their eggs. And it should be natural for the eggs to come out on the right days. But due to the challenges that exist, such as the increase in activity in the sea, human activities, people building beyond the borders near the beaches, and poachers, all have a negative effect on the turtles.
Well, I hope those turtles make it out there to sea and turn into big turtles one day. Alright, speaking of cute animals, let's look at this cutie right here. This one goes by the name Mudang.
Who could resist this face? Certainly not these huge crowds lining up at a zoo in Thailand to catch a glimpse of 2-month-old Mudang. That's Thai for bouncing pig. She's so cute, this girl says. I want to pet her. She's such a little lump. We had to come see Mudang, says this visitor. The baby hippo is now a global sensation, surrendering to fame when her image went viral.
That's not food.
Thanks to her keeper, who posted it. I didn't expect she'd become this famous, but it's great, he says. The zoo is getting more visitors and generating more income. Visitor numbers have more than doubled, and the animal park is now pushing to patent and trademark Mudang to prevent the shiny star from being commercialized by anyone but them. Her playful antics have captivated hearts worldwide.
Oh my god.
He says, I saw
How
her on
can you
TikTok.
not love that face?
She likes to bounce. Countless memes have boosted her popularity online. The NBA's Utah Jazz featured her in a promotion for their opening game, and Sephora Thailand celebrated her stardom with a Wear Your Blush Like a Baby Hippo app.
She's a star. Okay. Not done with wildlife. Australia is throwing their hat into the ring on cute animals. Let's look at this huge king penguin chick named Pesto.
Have any other questions about our penguins?
Oh my god, that thing is huge.
Animals that we have here at Sea Life?
Pesto here is becoming one of our most popular penguins here at Sea Life. Now, a couple
This baby penguin is huge. They weren't kidding with the title. Wait, go back. What happened? Why can't I see him?
now
Look, this baby penguin is bigger than the rest of the adult penguins. It's wild. What did they feed the mother? Human growth hormone? Penguin growth hormone? PGH?
On the 31st of January this year, and he's large and brown and fluffy and becoming the largest penguin here at Sea Life Melbourne, currently clocking in as of this week 22 kilograms. Pesto is about
Baby penguin PGH use. Huge problem. Just kidding. This is a huge penguin though. I think it's cute. It's like it's like an ugly duckling story, but one day it's gonna grow into a beautiful penguin. All right. Where's my sound? There we go. Well, I hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. If you haven't already, hit that like. Oh, I'm not sorry. Oh my god, my brain just literally fried in the middle of that. I made a huge, tiny mistake. What was I saying? Oh, right. Now, if you've done all of the things, liking, subscribing, following, do consider becoming a Galactic patron, as it is one of the things that helps keep the Galactic News Network alive. You can be, sitting here, poolside with me, if you do. Alright, chat. Enjoy this space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. Shake a leg. Crack your back. You know, any of the things that you need to do before we finish this show. Well, looks like there's a party happening in the Galactic Lake House tonight. Alright. Well, I suppose we better get to the global news, huh? Final half, everybody. Final half. Now, of course, we can't go doing the global half without first doing the space news portion of this space cast. Let's go here to a big piece of space news. As apparently, very soon, a mini-moon will be temporarily orbiting Earth for 2 months. What? Here's CBS News from 14 hours ago with the story.
Who said we're alone? For the next 2 months, Earth will have a new celestial neighbor, a mini-moon. Asteroid 2024 PT5 was spotted on a trajectory toward Earth last month. Scientists say the small asteroid will temporarily enter our gravity in a horseshoe orbit starting September 29th and then leave almost as quickly as it came about 56 days later on November 25th. The asteroid, take a look at the sizing here. It's 33 feet long. Shouldn't it be a micro-moon? It's taller than the average giraffe, not quite as wide as...
Ooh, mini-moon's not good enough for her. Micro-moon. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept it. Micro-moon. That's right, chat. We're going to have a micro-moon for 2 months. Hopefully it will not endanger the Galactic Space Station in any way or this broadcast. Now, to the earthly stuff. Let's start in Haiti. How's that sound? Here's the AP archive from a couple days ago, showing Jamaican soldiers arriving in Haiti. Now, you know what I find completely, like, racist and fucked up is that, you know, instead of the United States just doing its own dirty work, they decided to get Jamaica, a nearby nation, and Kenya, I guess the two nations of black people they thought of first, I guess, to come and deal with this. I would point out that neither of those countries are countries with French speakers in them, or at least not. French is not the main language in either of these places. So, you know, presents a problem, since it is the main language in Haiti. Or at least a dialect of French. I mean, even if you speak regular French, you might have a problem with Haitian Creole. But it would at least be a start. But yeah, there they are. The Jamaican troops in Haiti to do the bidding of the United States. Which is a weird position the United States has, because it's basically do a coup at the same time as saying that Haiti needs democracy, right? It's not a real coup either, it's like a quasi coup. Although it's hard to differentiate this from the rest of America's involvement in the region, but I guess my point is that my brain just broke. Fuck it. My brain broke. I'm sorry, chat. I can't think. Sometimes just lose all. The train just doesn't arrive to the station. My brain. The train of thought, if you will. I think many of you know where I was going with that, hopefully. I've just completely forgotten entirely what my plan is with that statement was. I know I had a good point. It's completely gone from my brain. Alright, let's go here. Back to Congress in the United States to talk about Haiti. Here's AOC. Asking a witness about the colonization of Haiti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, days like today are really deeply felt. I'm going to speak briefly as the highest-ranking Latino or Latina on this committee. We hear a lot of rhetoric on both sides about the issue of immigration. And it is precisely because it is seen as a border issue that millions of people suffer over and over and over again. It does matter that that Vice President Harris was not the quote unquote border czar. And let me explain to you why. Because what Vice President Harris has been tasked with under President Biden's administration is addressing the root causes of immigration. Once you have millions of people at the southern border of the United States, you've lost. We need to understand why people are coming to the southern border of the United States and mitigating that in the first place. And frankly, when we turn the page and look at what happened in the Trump administration, we have to see where folks are coming from. And I am tired of hearing from people who cannot point out Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala on a map, telling us about how to mitigate the millions of people seeking refuge. We should be eliminating the reasons why people are seeking refuge in the first place. Under the Trump administration, Donald Trump participated in what we saw in Venezuela and many of the regime change activities that were happening there. And what we saw most desperately are the horrific sanctions that were placed not targeting specifically the Maduro regime, but the Venezuelan people, innocent Venezuelan people. that are being starved of food and basic resources. That is what is contributing to a destabilizing environment and part of what they are fleeing. And that is not to conflate the Venezuelan people with the Maduro regime, because I oppose the anti-democratic measures in which, even just recently in the election, Maduro's refusal to make public the results of a free and fair election. You want to know?
I mean, I think they said there were some problems with that, but it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Who defines what is natural? Good question. But I don't know. I don't know why she's coming at Venezuela right now. It seems unnecessary.
How else Republicans have contributed to the immigration crisis? Marco Rubio has been sitting and sat and stalled and delayed key ambassadorial appointments of the United States across the world. I myself led a congressional delegation to Latin America and sat across in the Colombian embassy, where we had an acting ambassador because Marco Rubio refuses to allow U.S. diplomacy to proceed. You tell me what is destabilizing. What is destabilizing? People have no idea. Legislators who are claiming to understand the issue of immigration don't have the slightest clue as to what is happening in Latin America, while supporting the very policies that are driving people to here in desperation in the first place. So don't talk to me about how Republicans have an answer to the issue of immigration. Mr. Krikorian, you advised the Trump administration and Stephen Miller quite closely while President Trump was in office, correct?
No. I mean, we talked to him. He called us for information, and we gave it to him.
Okay, so he called you for information. You talked to him. I don't know how you interpret advising. That's how I would interpret.
Yeah, great. Yeah, exactly. No, we didn't advise him. We just answered his phone calls and told him answers to questions about stuff that he wanted to know about.
Okay, so he called you for information. You talked to him. I don't know how you interpret advising. That's how I would interpret advising. Now, you mentioned earlier that it was your position. We disagree, but is your position that you believe Haiti should have been colonized for longer, correct?
It's not a position. It was a musing, a speculation on my part.
It was amusing. They should have been colonized longer. Those slaves in Haiti. They should have been, kept under colonial rule longer. I mean, to be fair, the colonialists have since that revolution, done everything possible to, what's the word? Punish Haiti for what they did. And by what they did, I mean wanting freedom.
It's not a position. It was a musing, a speculation on my part.
It is your musing that Haiti should have been.
Sure.
Do you believe that the oldest colony in the world, Puerto Rico, should continue to be colonized as well, just as your position with Haiti?
Again, personally, CIS doesn't take a position on this, but I'm for independence for Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Strongly in favor of that.
So you believe, do you believe in the Trump administration when Donald Trump raised selling the island of Puerto Rico?
I'm not. I don't even remember that one.
Oh, you don't remember when Donald Trump?
I haven't heard of that.
I mean, I suppose that puts.
I'm sure who he'd sell it to, but I don't know. I mean, sure.
Yeah, I suppose that puts you and Nikki Jam and Anuel in the same boat.
Everybody in the Trump administration always forgetting about stuff. So hard to remember things from so long ago. 4 or 5 years ago. It's just so hard to remember. Great question, though. Who would Donald Trump have sold Puerto Rico to? Exactly. My guess, Saudi Arabia. It's just the first people that come to mind.
I have to have my China.
Yeah, good point. Could be China. Now, speaking of Venezuela, which AOC referred to just moments ago, 3 U.S. citizens have been arrested for an alleged plot to kill Nicolas Maduro. Here's NBC News on the story. You could sell Puerto Rico to Haiti. Good one.
Tonight, tensions between the United States and Venezuela reaching new heights. Venezuelan officials say 3 Americans are among 6 people arrested for what they claim was a plot to assassinate President Nicolás Maduro.
Fueron detenidos recientemente 2 ciudadanos españoles.
The arrests were announced on state television by Venezuelan Minister of Interior and Justice Diosdado Cabello, who displayed rifles that he said were confiscated from some of the alleged plotters, adding that the men were part of a CIA-led scheme to overthrow the Venezuelan government.
Luego capturamos a un ciudadano estadounidense.
The 3 American citizens include a former Navy SEAL detained earlier this month, whom Cabello identified as Wilbert Joseph Castañeda Gomez. In a statement, the U.S. State Department confirming the detention of a U.S. military member and saying it was aware of unconfirmed reports of 2 additional U.S. citizens, and adding, quote, any claims of U.S. involvement in a plot to overthrow Maduro are categorically false.
It's not the... I don't want reality.
Oh, of course. Of course, there's no possible way the United States would be involved in any sort of coupping south of the borders. Never happened before.
Arguably the
never
greatest
happened
work of
before.
nonfiction of the 20th century.
Of course, we've never done any sort of coups. Ever. Anywhere. Any sort of American involvement in stuff like that. That would... First off, that'd be untoward for a nation to do such a thing. Just uncouth. No class.
How rude.
Who does that? Who even does coups anymore? Ridiculous. Alright, now let's go across the Atlantic to the United Kingdom. And while we're talking about immigrants, I figured we'd stay on that topic. Here's Channel 4 News from 2 days ago, with a story discussing human rights violations against immigrants in the UK. And apparently the Home Office told lawyers that they should ignore recent findings from a Brookhouse inquiry.
Widespread physical violence, unnecessary pain inflicted, men verbally humiliated even as they tried to take their own lives. Illegal. The inquiry into Brookhouse Immigration Removal Centre should have marked a sea change.
It is my sincere hope that more than mere lip service will be paid to this report. The events that occurred at Brookhouse cannot be repeated.
But the inquiry's chair today tells Channel 4 News that a year after her report, just one of her 33 recommendations has been acted on by the Home Office. It was scenes like these filmed over 5 months by an undercover Panorama journalist in 2017 that led the Conservative government to call for an inquiry in 2019.
This is fucking horrific. I cannot believe the conditions that these people aren't prisoners. Remember, they're asylum seekers and immigrants in general. It's fucked. This is completely wrong, of course. I think most people watching this know that. It's just very frustrating.
But key recommendations, including one saying staff should only use force as a last resort, and another that asylum seekers should only be detained for 28 days, haven't been implemented.
And Channel 4 News has also seen internal documents from the Home Office arguing they can ignore her findings. The department's lawyers, acting for the then Home Secretary James Cleverly as part of a judicial review case into Brooke House, said the inquiry recommendations are not binding and that Kate Eves had no legal qualifications. A source close to James Cleverly said this wording wasn't a value judgment, just a legal argument. This, an inquiry the Home Office set up with no teeth, its recommendations all but gathering dust. On Monday, a Lord's report found that public inquiries, which cost the taxpayer tens of millions of pounds, often don't make a difference, with recommendations ignored or delayed.
Right. So this inquiry cost British taxpayers millions of dollars to do, to make sure that human rights weren't being violated. Then when they found out that they were, in fact, being violated,
I don't want reality.
they decided, oh, forget it. Never mind. You can forget all about that. Seems like maybe a waste of money. If you're just going to ignore it. Alright, here's a quick financial story in England. Reuters from a day ago. Bank of England holds rates, forecasts further cuts.
The Bank of England held interest rates at 5% on Thursday. The board of Britain's central bank voted 8-1 to keep rates on hold, largely in line with analyst projections. It comes a month after the BOE delivered its first cut to borrowing costs since 2020. It struck a cautious tone Thursday as Governor Andrew Bailey said cooling inflation pressure meant the central bank should be able to cut rates gradually over the months ahead. But he said it was vital inflation stay low, so they should be careful not to cut too fast or by too much. The BOE said inflation was likely to rise to around 2.5% by the year's end from 2.2% in the most recent data. Investors...
Yeah, Bank of England is keeping rates where they are. And like he said, and the title said, they're planning to lower rates later this year, but are still concerned about inflationary pressures on the old isle. And supposedly that's the only way to fix it.
It's science.
Couldn't tell people, hey, you can't charge higher prices just for fun anymore. Just for profits. Just for more profits. We've already got enough profits. You stop that. No, couldn't do that. Just disincentivize investment and borrowing and things like that with higher interest rates. That's the real solution, of course. Makes sense. Alright, let's go here. Very quick clip of this. Nigel Farage thing. If you recall, there were fiery... Hey, settle down. There were fiery riots in the UK earlier this year over a attack on a children's party, which was fearmongered about by right-wingers, including people like Nigel Farage of the Reform UK Party, formerly UKIP, the engineers of Brexit. He was asked about his tweeting as it related to this incident, which many people pointed to as being, well, not only somewhat causative to some of these riots, but, you know, a responsibility of Mr. Farage to not do as a newly elected MP. He was asked whether or not he regretted these tweets. Let's see what he had to say.
Pedophiles. He was suspended at the time.
But they'll deny it in Westminster until the cows come home. We're living in a state with two-tier policing.
Nigel Farage himself got in hot water for tweeting this following the Southport stabbings.
Was this guy being monitored by the security services? Some reports say he was, others less
Some
sure.
reports.
I just wonder whether the truth...
Some reports, just like many right-wing politicians in the United States. When Nigel Farage is talking about reports, he's like talking about like either Elon Musk or like Andrew Tate's Instagram feeds or something like that. I don't know. I question what he thinks is a report.
is being withheld from us.
Later admitting this.
There were stories online from some very prominent folks with big followings, Andrew Tate, etc.
We caught up with Farage as he arrived.
Well, Ben Habib says you're all but impossible to get rid of.
He's not even a member.
We asked him if he regretted his comments about Andrew Tate, the misogynist influencer charged with sex trafficking.
I didn't repeat any rumours from him.
Okay.
I asked for the truth, as did, and you might have forgotten it.
I didn't repeat any... You repeated every rumor you ever heard from him, I think.
I didn't repeat any rumours from him.
Okay.
I asked for the truth, as did, and you might have forgotten this, as did the terrorism czar, as did Lord Carlisle.
Wait. The terrorism czar and Lord Kyle did or did not repeat things that Andrew Tate said? Is that what you're saying? You're saying some other assholes also may have repeated some things they shouldn't have repeated, and that makes it okay? Because it also, by saying that, means that you did repeat it, right? It's a weird admission of guilt here.
They said government must level with the people.
To stop rumours like the one that you spreading, some might say.
I left it for 48 hours before I commented, and I could see what was happening.
So restrained.
Lunacy happening online. And if we'd been told the truth, those riots would have been a fraction of the size.
Do you regret that tweet?
No.
Well, there you go. Nigel Farage. Zero regrets. YOLO Farage. Alright, let's go here. France 24 English. Apparently France's new prime minister, who was appointed by Emmanuel Macron instead of the majority party in the assembly, has now proposed an entire set of cabinet officials to Macron. He will have to okay them, essentially. But many people in France are worried and concerned over the, essentially just the ignoring of democracy in this move by Macron. Who knew undemocratic measures would be seen as worrying or concerning?
Some French news now. Political uncertainty here could be nearing its end. The newly appointed Prime Minister Michel Barnier put forward his picks for a new cabinet to President Emmanuel Macron Thursday. The full list of 38 names has yet to be made public, but early reports suggest there will be no big surprises. Both the left and the far right have criticised the proposed list, calling it a reshuffle that promised more of the same. Noam Bashtika reports.
Now,
after 2 months of political deadline,
I find it funny. France 24 is kind of doing the same thing that CNN will do about American politics, sort of equating the far left and the far right in this particular situation. I would point this out: the far left has a much more cohesive objection to this. Why, you might ask? Is it because you're a leftist shill? No. It's because the leftists won more seats in the French Assembly.
France could be edging towards a new government. Prime Minister Michel Barnier submitted his list for a new cabinet to Emmanuel Macron on Thursday, with some names already filtering through. These include Conservative Senate leader Bruno Retailleau, touted for the Interior Ministry, a nomination that would mark a shift to the right, but not enough to satisfy the far-right national rally.
Between him and his predecessor, Mr. Darmanin, there's not much difference. They're the same. They have the same political affiliation and ideas, the same failures as well.
France has been unable to form a government since July snap elections saw a left-wing coalition win the largest number of seats in parliament. But without a working majority and plagued by internal disputes, the left has been unable to build on these electoral gains. Last month, Macron rejected its pick for prime minister, nominating former Brexit negotiator Michel Barnier instead. A move widely criticized by socialist MPs, yet some remained quietly hopeful the new cabinet would reflect the will of the French people expressed in the July polls.
We don't have a choice but to stay optimistic, and we can only hope that, of all of the cabinets we've seen under Mr. Macron, the last one will be the best.
Right. Right, okay. It's a very optimistic take from this lady. Alright, let's go here. Apparently, the EU has just approved a loan of up to 39 billion with a B to Ukraine. And they are planning to fund that loan with apparently Russian assets. The European Commission says it will loan Ukraine up to $39 billion after Russia destroyed its infrastructure.
Mean further support is necessary. And this is why I am happy to announce that today the Commission has adopted proposals that will enable the European Union to lend 35 billion euros from the G7 pledge. This is a huge step forward. We are now confident that we can deliver this loan to Ukraine very quickly, a loan that is backed by the windfall profits from immobilized Russian assets.
All the details of the peace plan I will discuss first of all with the President of the United States. Most of the decisions from the plan depend specifically on him, on other allies too, but there are certain points which depend on the goodwill and support of the United States.
Okay. Dude, where's my ankle? Just because it's not in the camera shot doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Jesus Christ. Are you having trouble with object permanence there, So Life? Alright, let's go to Africa. Here's Reuters from 12 hours ago. Africa in business. Coca-Cola, crude, and currency.
Here's what's been making the business headlines in sub-Saharan Africa this week. Coca-Cola plans to invest $1 billion in its Nigeria operations over the next 5 years, the country's presidency said on Thursday. Nigeria, with a population of more than 200 million, is seen as a potential market for many global brands. But forex woes, red tape and policy inconsistency discourage some investors. Africa's largest bank by assets, Standard Bank, has said it will allow small and medium-sized businesses operating on the continent to do their banking with the lender in Mauritius. Standard Bank has historically focused its presence in Mauritius on global multinationals and large listed companies. The Indian Ocean island is viewed as one of the easiest places to do business in sub-Saharan Africa, offering an alternative for African businesses grappling with economic challenges on the mainland. Botswana has awarded Guyani Metals a 15-year mining license, the company announced on Wednesday, paving the way for it to become the country's first battery-grade manganese producer. Manganese is a key component in batteries, and demand is expected to be driven by growth in electric vehicles, among other clean energy applications. South Sudan has said it will soon be able to restart pumping crude oil through a pipeline running to a port in neighboring Sudan. Exports through the pipeline.
That's unfortunate. But I wonder how much, if any, of these economic stories here will be beneficial for the people of Africa, not just for multinational corporations and tiny group of private citizens or government officials. Alright, let's go to this story before we go talking about the Middle East. Okay, let's go to North Korea, where they've released fresh batches of Kim Jong-un testing his latest round of missiles that hold even larger payloads than the last missile tests. How good. How good and so great. Just we need. More military expansionism. Or, well, I guess that's the wrong word in this, but you... is that the right... hold on, wait a second. Am I missing... I gotta look at that. 'Cause I feel like... I think that's right. No, not really, technically. That's right. That's why I question that. But you know what I'm saying? An expansion of military. Equipment and testing and sort of positioning against other militaries happening over in Asia right now. We've really seen more than enough of this. You like his fit, but his haircut is whack? Everybody's entitled to their opinions. All right, now we got a lot to talk about the Middle East. This has been a busy couple of days, and I think I took Thursday off, didn't I? I was gonna do a Thursday stream, and then I can't remember what it was that prevented me from doing it. Anyway, let's start the talk off with democracy now. This report from them includes an interview with United States Arab leader who went to Congress recently and was subjected to the racist questioning of Senator Kennedy. Let's go here.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
As rights groups warn, dehumanizing rhetoric around Israel's U.S.-backed war on Gaza has put the lives of Muslims and Arabs in the U.S. at risk. We look now at a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing Tuesday on the tide of hate crimes in America. Committee Chair, Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, called the hearing. His constituent, Hanan Shaheen, sat in the front row. Her 6-year-old son, Wadie Al-Fayoum, was stabbed to death in an anti-Muslim hate crime by her landlord in a Chicago suburb in October. Shaheen herself was also stabbed at least 12 times. Durbin has introduced a resolution honoring Wadie, along with Illinois Congresswoman Delia Ramirez, who will join us in a minute to discuss growing support for the Wadie Act. We'll also be joined by the Arab American witness at Tuesday's hearing who faced hostile questions from Republicans, Maya Berry, Executive Director of the Arab American Institute. But first, let's go to Republican Senator John Kennedy questioning Berry.
You support Hamas, do you not?
Senator, oddly enough, I'm going to say thank you for that question because it demonstrates the purpose of our hearing today in a very effective way.
Let's start first with a yes or no.
Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization that I do not support, but you asking the executive director of the Arab American Institute that question very much puts the focus on the issue of hate in our country.
Well, I got your answer, and I appreciate it. What is the... You support Hezbollah, too, don't you?
These guys are the worst, Kennedy. Somehow he's worse than RFK.
I got your answer, and I appreciate it. What is the... You support Hezbollah, too, don't you?
Again, I find this line of questioning extraordinarily disappointing, Senator.
It's racist, is what it is.
You have Arab American constituents that you represent in your great state.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but my time's limited, and I apologize, but is that a yes or no?
My time is limited, and so I have to get as many racist questions in as possible. So if you could perhaps indulge me for a moment in my racism.
Yes or no question to do I support Hezbollah? The answer is I don't support violence, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas, or any other entity that invokes it.
You can't bring yourself to say no, can you?
No, I can say no. I can say yes.
But
what I can say is your line of questioning.
Do you support or oppose Iran and their hatred of Jews?
Again,
This dude is such a piece of shit. Jesus Christ. Absolute worst. As a Arab leader, do you support all the worst Arabs?
Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, none of them is going to this discussion.
You can't bring yourself to say no,
sir. I don't support.
It's real simple.
Excuse me. I'm going to, if I may, as a Muslim woman, sir, I'm going to tell you I do not support Iran. But what I will tell you is that this conversation.
I'm running out of time. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I only have as much time as I've got for these racist questions of mine.
You called our decision to cut funding. You called our decision to cut fund. Well, first, what's the United?
Now remember, this hearing was about hate crimes, and Mr. Kennedy here took the opportunity to do a hate crime, which is a weird it's a weird moment to choose that, but hey, at least it's on topic.
Nations Relief and Works Agency.
It's UNRWA, which is the institution that exists to provide services and aid to the nearly 6 million Palestinian refugees.
And you called our decision to cut funding for them, quote, an incredible moral failure, close quote.
That is absolutely correct. But again, I would suggest that conversation is about foreign policy.
We did that because 9 UNRWA staff members were fired for actually...
It's actually not true. They were accused of being UNRWA, of being part of Hamas, and they were I believe, suspended by UNRWA due to the nature of the allegations, but they were never founded. There was never any evidence provided by Israel on this particular thing. But John Kennedy, he's just a senator. How is he supposed to keep track of any of that?
Being Hamas on October 7th, isn't that the case?
I don't believe that that's correct in terms of...
Let me ask you one more time. You support Hamas, don't you? You support UNRWA and Hamas, don't you?
Sir,
Please.
Illegal.
I think it's exceptionally disappointing that you're looking at an Arab American witness before you and saying you support Hamas.
You know what's disappointing to me?
I do not support
you can't
Hamas.
Bring yourself
I do
to
not
say
support Hamas.
You don't
or
support UNRWA. You don't support Hamas. You don't.
I was very clear in my support for UNRWA.
Hezbollah, and you don't support.
You know, I support getting all the Kennedys out of politics, all of them. No more Kennedys. I don't want anybody with the last name Kennedy in politics ever again. They've had enough time. You know, they've been in politics long enough. It's enough. We've had enough from these people. YouTube won't let you say Hezbollah. Well, they were clearly repressing you. I don't know what to tell you about that. We don't have any banned terms on this channel. I looked into it. We don't have a single banned term on this channel. There's no auto moderation, so YouTube is choosing to repress you. Okay? Just gonna throw that out there.
Bag. Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana told Maya Berry, executive director of the Arab American Institute, at Tuesday's Senate hearing on hate crimes. Maya Berry joins us now in our New York studio. And in the Cannon Rotunda in Washington, D.C., we're joined by Congressmember Delia Ramirez of Illinois. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Maya Berry, you are now the head of the Arab American Institute. During 9/11, you were the legislative director of the Minority Whip, Congressmember David Bonnier. You're well known on Capitol Hill. Can you talk about what Kennedy said to you and to talk about the other two witnesses as well?
It's difficult to talk about what Senator Kennedy said to me because I still, sitting here in front of you, actually do not know what he meant when he said, put a bag over your head. I worry about the senator's 31,000 plus Arab American constituents and the rest of the constituents he represents from Louisiana. That kind of bigotry and hatred is difficult to hear from anyone, but to actually experience it at a hate crime hearing from a sitting member of this institution was pretty extraordinary. The hearing itself, but you're right to point this out, is incredibly important to do. We have been year after year after year breaking records for the number of hate crimes in our country, a trajectory that's increased since the 2015 year, which tied with the 2016 presidential election. And the fact that the hearing that was supposed to cover the issue of hate crime and how to formulate a better response was derailed by a group of senators who chose to have the conversation about a political agenda they wanted to advance with regards to Israel, and instead use it as an opportunity to further dehumanize people. It's not how we...
That's exactly what happened.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Okay. Now, let's go on to some of the news on the ground in the Middle East. Start in Lebanon. To discuss these deadly explosions in Lebanon, which we did talk about earlier this week, but let's go to here, ABC News from a day ago.
The second day of deadly attacks in the Middle East. Walkie-talkies belonging to members of Hezbollah detonated across Lebanon. It came a day after thousands of Hezbollah pagers exploded. Israel is not claiming responsibility, but officials tell ABC News that it is behind the operation. Hezbollah is vowing retribution, and our Marcus Moore is on the scene in Beirut. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, Michael, good morning. Many here in Beirut and across Lebanon are on edge after 2 straight days of simultaneous explosions. These blasts...
Not just explosions, terrorist attacks. That's a better and more descriptive word for all of this.
Targeting Hezbollah, but also killing and injuring scores of civilians, including children.
Exactly. Okay, let's go here. CBS News. Hezbollah leader links Israel to Lebanon device explosions. Calls them act of war.
Illegal.
We are going to begin this morning, though, with Israeli intelligence officers confirming that an Israeli citizen was...
My bad.
The leader of Hezbollah is accusing Israel of targeting thousands of people in Lebanon in 2 coordinated attacks that turned communication devices into deadly weapons.
Hassan Nasrallah addressed the country earlier today, saying Israel crossed red lines by carrying out the attacks and that the detonations, in his words, were an act of war against the people of Lebanon. He then vowed that Hezbollah...
They're not just an act of war, right? Like, the fact is these attacks, like we keep saying, were terrorism. They were illegal, of course. Because of course no terrorism is legal, and it's something that needs to be, I mean, not that it's done anything up to this point, but it needs to be looked over by the ICJ, the ICC, the UN, the UNSC. I mean, this shit is just, you know, it's fucking ridiculous. It's just a blatant disregard of just the rules of the world.
Lebanon will not stop until the war in Gaza ends.
Now on Tuesday, pagers in the hand of alleged Hezbollah operatives exploded almost simultaneously. It killed 12 people, it injured thousands. And yesterday, Lebanon's health ministry says 20 people were killed and nearly 500 wounded after walkie-talkies exploded.
Moments before Nasrallah's address, Israel launched a new wave of airstrikes against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon.
Now that wave comes after the Israeli military says it struck 7 Hezbollah sites in overnight airstrikes in the southern part of Lebanon. They say the locations were, quote, terrorist infrastructure sites and one weapon.
That's good. Oh my god. I love how CBS so readily just repeats Israeli talking points like they're fact. But then anytime that anybody else says something, they're like super skeptical about it. Who's involved in this particular situation, you know, like Iran or Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis or Palestinians in general, or, you know, anybody who's sort of against this fucking atrocities from continuing. And it's just, you know, it's kind of wild that they're always so ready to say, well, Israel said that there were terrorists here, so it seems fine. Even though it appears to be in a civilian area. Don't believe my lying eyes.
Storage facility.
The escalated attacks in Lebanon are stoking fear that they could be a preview to a wider attack. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says he fears that Israel may be preparing to launch a widespread ground war in Lebanon.
CBS News contributor Robert...
That's enough of this.
...joins us now from Jerusalem with more on all of this.
CBS consistently has some of the worst fucking coverage of this particular conflict as it relates to mainstream media. It's pretty incredible, honestly. I don't understand what their fucking problem is with real journalism as it relates to this. Because the fact is, I've seen CBS do real journalism in other situations sometimes. But with this particular situation, it seems to be just genuinely inconvenient to them. Now, let's listen to some sensible people talk about this fucking attack that these attacks that Israel has launched. Democracy Now! Again.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
We begin today's show in Lebanon, where there's widespread fear after a second wave of explosions involving electronic devices went off across the country. Israeli agents are reportedly responsible for rigging the devices. On Wednesday, thousands of walkie-talkies and other devices blew up, killing more than 25 people and injuring more than 600. Some of the blasts occurred at funerals for victims of Tuesday's explosions, which targeted electronic pagers, when 12 people were killed and nearly 3,000 injured, including many members of Hezbollah. This was the scene at one funeral on Wednesday.
Illegal. Lebanon's foreign minister, Abdallah Abu Habib, condemned what he called a blatant assault on Lebanon's sovereignty and security, unquote. Hospitals in Lebanon have been overwhelmed with severe injuries as patients have come in after losing eyes and limbs.
We saw young victims and we saw very old victims, and all just had the same type of wounds. They had puncture wounds on their faces, they had amputated limbs, they had open abdomens, intestines out, bowels out. Unfortunately, there were wounds that we couldn't explain. There were ruptured eyeballs, there were fractured mandibles, fractured bones out. So basically, it was the first time I ever see the wounds like that. I couldn't even classify some wounds or categorize some wounds.
The New York Times reports the electronic pagers have been manufactured by a front company run by Israeli.
That is fucking horrific description from that doctor. Jesus fucking Christ. Such catastrophic wounds they can't be categorized? What does that even mean? That is... I mean, I think what it means is that they were so fucking catastrophic that they're so expansive on the body. Oh, God. It's impossible to even say it out loud. It's just... Ugh.
Officers. Many of the pagers were obtained earlier this year after Hezbollah leader Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah warned against the use of cell phones to avoid Israeli surveillance. On Wednesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres condemned the weaponization of civilian objects.
I think it's very important that there is an effective control of civilian objects, not to weaponize civilian objects. That should be a rule that everywhere in the world governments should be able to implement. The link of what's happening in Lebanon with what's happening in Gaza is obvious since the beginning. I mean, the Hezbollah has been very clear in saying that it has launched its operations because of what's happening in Gaza, and that it will stop when there will be a ceasefire in Gaza.
On Wednesday, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said Israel's focus is turning more to its northern border with Lebanon. He said, quote, "We're at the start of a new phase in the war," unquote.
By the way, I noticed you trying to ask Nightbot questions about this particular situation. If I'm not mistaken, Nightbot, at least the bot that Nightbot is technically, because it's not really Nightbot, it's like some other chat GPT or some chat bot. that is just being queried by Nightbot. I'm pretty sure it goes, I think its information goes only so far as 2022, I think. So recent information is, at least in the last couple years, I don't think has been fed to the bot. At least that's my understanding.
Meanwhile, Hezbollah leader Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah is scheduled to give a televised speech today. We go now to Beirut, where we're joined by Lara Bitar, editor-in-chief of The Public Source, a Beirut-based independent media organization. Thanks so much for being with us. These last 2 days, Lara, have been unprecedented. You have the shock of Tuesday when all of these pagers exploded, killing 12 people, injuring close to 3,000. And then yesterday, more explosions and walkie-talkies, and not clear what other electronic devices. The total, 37 dead, something like 3,500 people injured. Can you describe the situation on the ground right now?
Good morning. So, as you can imagine, the events of the past 2 days have caused a lot of panic, a lot of fear, and to a large extent, paranoia, which was aided by disinformation campaign to a large extent. Over the past couple of days, or at least yesterday, for the most part, people were receiving messages over different WhatsApp groups, on social media platforms, that any and every electronic device can be detonated by the Israelis. So people were scared of using their cell phones. People were hearing that even kitchen appliances were exploding, solar panels, laptops.
Wow. So, kitchen appliances, yeah. This seems, you know, like the kind of things that could be, once again, killing civilians pretty easily, pretty easy to get to that conclusion with a very limited amount of thinking, I think. Wait, Project knows about 2020, Project 20, I'm sorry, Nightbot knows about Project 2025. What the fuck is going on? Wait, Project 2025, did it come out a few years ago? There's no way that it started that long ago, did it? Someone has to look this up for me. I guess I could do it. It was created April 21, 2022. It was 3 years ago. Jesus Christ, okay. Take it all back.
So on. Thankfully, for the most part, this turned out to be a disinformation campaign, and it did not really was not really materializing on the ground as was being reported across different channels. That's maybe the only solace from the events of the past couple of days, where we saw civilian areas and civilians being targeted. This has been widely reported in the Western press as a sophisticated campaign that targeted alleged Hezbollah operatives. But
I know this is completely off topic right now, and it's been created by Nightbot, essentially, a Nightbot query. But it's actually kind of blowing my mind right now that Project 2025 was created 3 years ago, over 3 years ago now. So, like, because, like, I feel like we could have been combating some of these ideas more. I mean, granted, I know it's a plan for Trump's next presidency, but it could at least be, we could have been maybe talking about this more over the last few years. That's all I'm thinking in my head right now. I'm like, what? How? How is it I've only been hearing about this for the last few months? It is true. The right wing has been getting their ducks in a row for some time to take over the government. We talked about that as it relates to the judiciary recently, how the Reaganite sort of Republican judges of the 80s sort of tried to, over the last 40 years, really do some creepy things. All right, let's go here. CBS. Oh my God.
Now to the war in the Middle East, where Israel's military hit several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The airstrikes are the latest escalation between the...
How am I supposed to focus on my content at all with this happening right now?
IDF and Hezbollah, the militant group leader...
This is huge. This is huge news right here. Oh my God. Somebody... hold on. Stop moving. So ChatGPT, which is, I believe, the chat bot that this Nightbot is repurposing for us, is saying that Project 2025 aims to improve communities, and that it is this is an affirmative statement. It is a positive initiative towards creating a better future for all. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. Wild.
hit several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The airstrikes are the latest escalation between the IDF and Hezbollah. The militant group leader is blaming Israel for the coordinated device explosions that injured thousands and called it, quote, a declaration of war. Our Chris Livesay is in Israel with the latest.
Well, the Israeli defense minister said today the center of gravity is shifting to the north, that is, away from Hamas in Gaza and towards Hezbollah in Lebanon. And here's some reasons why. In Metula, that's Israel's northernmost village, homes are ablaze after Hezbollah began bombarding it with rockets. And not far away, 2 Israeli soldiers were killed. The same evening, Israel says it struck dozens of Hezbollah targets, including rocket launchers and weapons depots. Remember, Hezbollah began attacking northern Israel the day after the October 7 massacre carried out by Hamas in solidarity. Both groups are backed by Iran. And since then, tens of thousands of Israelis have been displaced from their homes amid the fierce exchange of fire. And just this week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said securing this area is now one of the country's official war aims. Now, so far, we haven't seen the...
Jesus fucking Christ. I can barely focus on this because of this ChatGPT situation. I feel like we need to make a whole story about how ChatGPT is regurgitating things like Project 2025 is good. That seems like, I mean, for fuck's sake. Oh, that is a development. But this is also a development. But the fact is, you know, I'm not going to take Israel at its fucking word anymore. Nobody should here or anywhere. I take the word of the people being struck by Israel. Alright, now let's listen to some State's Department spokespeople responding to some, uncomfortable questions.
It's science.
About this recent escalation by Israel. Who started off? Matt Miller?
Can we switch to Lebanon?
Yeah.
We're seeing increasing escalations there. The Israeli Defense Forces say they're launching strikes there. Gallant has mentioned a new front. What is your response to the fact that it seems the Israelis are trying to escalate this to another front in the war?
So we have been made very clear, and you heard the Secretary speak to this publicly yesterday in Egypt, that we don't want to see any party escalate this conflict. We think that the best way to solve the really very real security challenge that Israel faces is through a diplomatic resolution that would allow thousands of Israeli citizens to return home and allow thousands of Lebanese citizens to return home. We're going to continue to press that on all parties.
What have they shared with you about their plans for the Lebanon offensive?
So I will keep those conversations between our two countries private. We consult with them about a range of security measures all the time, of course. But I will say, in our private diplomatic conversations, we have said what we said publicly to the what we say publicly to you is the same thing we say privately to them, which is that we do think a diplomatic resolution is by far.
Yeah. Is that right, Matt? There's no distinctions between what you guys are saying to the public and what you're saying to Israel. Yeah. Okay.
The best way to address the real security concerns that they have.
And is that something they're still accepting?
Real security
they
concerns?
still want to.
The real concern is that they just committed a fucking terrorist attack. I wonder, do you think that committing terrorism creates a security concern for a country?
Diplomatic resolution, but you can look at their public statements and judge for yourself where they're going. But we still do hear them say that they prefer a diplomatic resolution. That's why we're going to continue, and among other reasons.
Who prefers a diplomatic resolution? Israel?
Lost
Wait.
myself in my words. That is.
I'm sorry.
One of the reasons why that's what we will continue to push for.
Hold on, we gotta go back.
Public statements and judge for yourself where they're going, but we still do hear them say that they prefer a diplomatic resolution. That's why we're going to continue, and among other reasons, that's what we'll.
Wow, Matt is struggling with the lies right now. Apparently, Israel's all about diplomacy. Huh. Weird. Really weird.
I don't want reality.
Where's that evidence?
My words. That is one of the reasons why that's what we will continue to push for.
And then I'm curious, is the U.S. still prepared to back Israel if they are to escalate this on a northern front?
So let me make one thing clear. We are committed to the defense of Israel against terrorist organizations.
Is that including government organizations? Because Hezbollah is technically a government organization. Never forget that Hezbollah is an elected government party in Lebanon. The place Israel's attacking.
That includes Hamas, includes Hezbollah, includes other Iranian proxies. We will continue.
Yep. Hamas too, supposedly, even though we all know it's been 20 years since there was an election. Technically elected too. So, another governmental entity that they're attacking, not terrorists. By the way, terrorists, remember, don't forget, terrorists don't exist until Matt Miller or somebody else from the Biden administration admits that what Israel just did in Lebanon was a fucking terrorist attack.
Stand by Israel's right to defend itself. But we don't want to see any party escalate this conflict, period.
Should I just follow that?
Yeah.
You don't want any party to escalate it. I mean, for example, today when Nasrallah
Is this
was
not an
speaking there,
escalation?
Israeli jets, breaking the sound barrier over Beirut. Are those escalatory actions?
So I'm not going to comment on any one specific action. Obviously,
Really?
we've seen Israel and
Bullshit,
Hezbollah
Matt.
launching strikes.
Matthew Miller has responded on all sorts of actions in the past, especially the actions of people like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Whenever Israel acts, whenever Israel does anything, suddenly Matthew, no comments for those things. It's very weird how that works.
At each other going back to, I believe it was October 8th, and immediately after the October 7th conflict, Hezbollah began sending rockets and drones across the border to target Israeli communities. And we've seen Israel respond to that by targeting Hezbollah.
What would happen before Hezbollah attacked? Because he almost got there, right? He was like, well, they were responding to this. And it's like, well, Hezbollah was also responding originally to Israel, responding to Hamas, responding to Israel's occupation of them. It's like, you know, it's like a web of stuff here, Matt. You only, you're only going one layer deep. We need to go you at least 2 or 3. But don't worry, Matt's got more opportunities to get himself out of the hole. State Department spokesman pressed. Will you publicly give up your assessment on the exploding pagers? Let's find out. Spoiler alert. Probably not.
Olivia, sorry, I did not want to go.
Just wanted to pin down some of the basics again on the exploding pages. I mean, is it still your position that you are not saying publicly who you believe carried out these attacks?
I don't have any comment on it at all.
Is there any reason that you wouldn't say what your assessment is of who carried these?
A fucking smug smile of Matt Miller. He's like, I know who did it. I know what I'm not gonna say. I know you want to know who did it. I know you know that I know who did it. But I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to smile smugly and say nothing.
Don't be creepy. Any reason that you wouldn't say what your assessment is of who carried these out?
I just don't have any comment on it at all.
Okay. 2 days ago, you said the US was not aware of this incident in advance. Is that statement still accurate?
The statement I made on 2 days ago was absolutely accurate.
That you didn't know about the incident in advance?
Correct.
Okay, because I mean there has been some reporting that there was a call from the Israelis to say that something was going to happen in Lebanon on Tuesday. Do you have any comment on that report?
The statement I made on Tuesday was 100% accurate.
Okay, and on...
Highly unlikely. In fact, I think we listened to that statement, and I can attest to the fact that it was not 100% accurate. That's we listened to that press conference. Littered with falsehoods. Alright, here's the last of the uncomfortable questions. Is Israel preparing to invade Lebanon?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Maybe Matt will have the answers this time. Come on, Matt, you can do it, pal.
Ceasefire talks.
We continue to push for ceasefire, but I'm not going to get into where things stand publicly. Yeah, go ahead.
There was reportedly another ceasefire proposal presented to the U.S. by Gal Hirsch and the Prime Minister's office, and all in all, which offered Sinwar, exile opportunities. What does the U.S. make of this? Do you think that's an actual realistic plan?
I don't think it's productive for me to comment on it publicly. I will say what you've heard us say before. We continue to push for a ceasefire. It continues to be our top priority when it comes to this conflict. The Secretary was engaged in these conversations yesterday with the President of Egypt and the Foreign Minister of Egypt. There are other conversations ongoing at different levels of our government with the intermediaries, but I don't think it's helpful for me to kind of comment publicly on various proposals that are floated.
Is it being considered at all seriously by the U.S. government?
I just don't think it's productive for me to talk publicly. But I'll say that the proposal that we continue to focus on is the one that the President laid out in his address on May 31st that was endorsed by the United Nations Security Council, that was agreed to by Israel.
It's been nearly 4 months now. 3 months, 3 weeks since that day. Since that fateful night when Biden came out behind the podium with that shiny piece of paper and the plan. And Matt and Anthony Blinken and everybody else has been telling us we're as close as we've ever been. As close as we've ever been to a deal. We still are.
That Hamas agreed to parts of and rejected parts of, and it has been the subject of negotiations for some time now. So, go ahead.
You say that they accepted part of and rejected part of, but they issued a statement. They accepted all of it way back then on the, the 3rd of July.
So I guess it depends what you mean by accepted. Accept with amendments is not accepting. They accepted and they had amendments, and let me just say, they had amendments that they came back with. There were parts of that proposal they did not accept that they asked for changes.
They wanted the permanent ceasefire to start sooner. That was it. That was the only change, if I recall correctly. It was the end of the permanent ceasefire. It was like a permanent ceasefire had to be a guarantee, and that was it. It was just one of the elements of the deal that was already in the deal, needed to be guaranteed, right? Because I think that they were concerned about the 3-step thing, and that Israel was going to, I don't know, at step 2 say, you know what, we don't like the deal anymore, and then not do step 3, which was the permanent ceasefire. So it's incredibly disingenuous of Matt to suggest that Hamas didn't come back with basically the exact same deal with the agreement 4 months ago. But of course, he's still playing Israel's lawyer today.
So that's not a full acceptance, just as a factual matter.
But it's also factual that it's the Israeli Prime Minister. I'm just putting new terms.
Said, I'm just saying as a factual matter, what you said is not correct.
Okay. All right, let me ask you just a couple of things in your response to Daphne on. Now, U.S. officials don't believe that Israel is preparing to invade Lebanon. You don't believe that Israel will invade Lebanon?
So I don't know where you got that assessment from. I'm not making any public assessment.
Okay. Some are saying that they don't.
Some are saying, the mythical. I never like to reply to the mythical. Some are saying. If you have a specific thing.
Oh my God. Matthew Miller's baseline emotion is smarm. The dude is smarmy at all fucking times. Like he's one of the most unbearable people that I've ever seen in government. This guy could not get into elected office. I don't see how it would ever be possible. He just seems like a really genuinely unlikable person. When people start asking him these fucking questions, it just gets worse. It just gets worse and worse. And it's very frustrating. These are serious questions that are being asked, and he's just, rather than answering them, he's just dismissing them with this sarcastic bullshit.
I'm happy to. Otherwise, I'll speak to State Department believes in what the State
sorry,
Department
hold on.
is doing.
Let me then, you don't believe that Israel will invade Lebanon?
So I don't know where you got that assessment from. I'm not making any public assessment.
Okay. Some are saying that they don't.
Some are saying the mythical. I never like to reply to the mythical. Some are saying. If you have a specific thing to refer to, I'm happy to.
Okay. Well,
Otherwise, I'll speak
that,
to what the State Department believes and what the State Department is doing.
Let me then deal with this from a different point. Do you believe that Israel is preparing to invade Lebanon?
So, as I said, in response to I think Daphne and Jenny's question, I will let every other country speak for what it is doing, what it is planned to do, and I will speak for what the United States is doing. And the United States continues to push for a de-escalation of tensions, not an escalation.
What does pushing look
Let me
like?
just have a couple more questions with the indulgence from my colleagues. Israel is blocking about over 40%.
I would like Matthew Miller to give us a visualization of what he thinks pushing looks like, because I'm not sure he knows what the word means.
Of food assistance into Gaza, according to the HuffPost. Are you aware of these statistics? And can you update us on the the latest level of U.S. aid to Gaza?
So I'm not aware of that specific statistic. I can tell you that it's getting food, water, medicine continues to be something that we work on. We have seen something of a stabilizing of the levels of food and water coming in. Not a sufficient level, but when things got to a really dire level, they have come back up from kind of what that floor was several months ago. It's something that we continue to work on every day. But I think our experience over the last 11 months shows us the only way to get a durable delivery of humanitarian assistance into Gaza is to reach a ceasefire. So you have an increased ability to get food, water, medicine, other humanitarian goods to the crossings themselves, and then you have the ability to deliver them from those crossings inside Gaza to the people who need them.
Right. Okay. He seems really concerned about that. Ukraine gave up its nukes after the fall of the USSR. That's right. They certainly did. All thanks to the United States. I don't know why we're on that topic. Oh, never mind. I see why. Nightbot. Nightbot. Oh, Nightbot. What are you doing now? Alright, we got through the press conferences. Let's go here. This was a day ago. 2 sonic booms heard over Beirut, Lebanon. This seems to me just to be... Oh, wait, actually, wait. I forgot. Here's BBC News first. Escalations threaten to derail talks for a ceasefire in Gaza.
The leader of Hezbollah has given his first public response to 2 days of attacks in Lebanon, which used sabotage communication devices, pagers and walkie-talkies, which exploded. Hassan Nasrallah accused Israel of being behind those attacks, describing it as a massacre. 12 people were killed and nearly 3,000 injured on Tuesday and yesterday. 25 people were killed and 600 people injured in the blasts. The leader of Hezbollah said it was an unprecedented blow for the group, but insisted that its ability to command and communicate remained intact. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said he believes a ceasefire in Gaza is still possible, but that the relationship between northern Israel and southern Lebanon needs to be resolved. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
We continue to work to get a ceasefire for Gaza over the finish line. And as we discussed with some of you just a day ago in Egypt, we believe that remains both possible and necessary. But meanwhile, we don't want to see any escalatory actions by any party that make that even more difficult. There is a real problem that needs to be resolved when it comes to northern Israel and southern Lebanon, and that is the fact that since October 8th, Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel. Israel's been firing back. The population in both northern Israel and southern Lebanon has had to flee their homes, and we all want to see them be able to go back to their homes, and that requires a secure environment. France and the United States believe strongly and are working together toward a diplomatic resolution and an agreement that would create the conditions for security that would allow people to return to their homes.
Well, for more on the bigger take around the developments in the Middle East, our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, joined me in the studio.
Week on week, we are seeing an escalation. While everyone gives the impression they want to avoid a wider war, they come ever closer to this brink. They pull back, but then go to the brink again. And
I just want everybody to do a quick thought experiment with me here. So we just got done watching a bunch of mainstream media coverage of what's happened in Lebanon in recent days. Now I want you to close your eyes and for just one moment, I want you to imagine that in Ukraine somewhere, a terrorist attack happens in a crowded city street. And then the day after, the same thing happens. And thousands of people injured, dozens of people dead, civilians, military, children. you know, devices explode in people's pockets and hands, you know, ripping off their hands and gouging out their eyes. What do you imagine BBC saying in that moment? You know, because for me, I imagine people like BBC, people like CNN, people like CBS, ABC, all these people, just having a fucking meltdown, breaking the servers of the internet, uploading videos at the rate of who knows what speed, in condemnation of Vladimir Putin and the terrorist attack on Ukrainian civilians. But in this particular case, this is what we get. We get, you know, the discussion of this as if it's just another escalation of military stuff. You know, it's just war. It's just war. Alright, now let's go here. So that's the sound of planes, I would assume, too, traveling above the speed of sound across Beirut's skies. Some might call that an invasion. It's certainly, you know, at least in my estimation, an intentional act of terrorizing civilians for no good fucking reason. It's the capital of a country that they're doing these things over, you know? It's not the Blue fucking Angels. It's a foreign government hostily threatening people. I don't know what they want to achieve aside from scaring people with that. Oh, this is going to be a rough one for everybody. Here is Teo from a day ago. Mehdi Hassan interviewed the mother of Wadi. What's his? I can't remember exactly what his last name is now. But the mother of the child who was murdered by his landlord, who was stabbed herself half a dozen times by this fucking psychopath. She is now okay. So okay that she's at least able to come and do this interview. I'm sure that her mental state is still fragile, but she managed to get through this discussion with Mehdi with aplomb, so I figured we would at least watch some of this.
Before I begin this next story, I must warn you, it is a difficult one to hear, with details that are extremely violent and gruesome. On October the 11th, of last year, 71-year-old landlord Joseph Chuba in Plainfield Township, Illinois, decided he wanted the Palestinian family residing in his rental space to move out. You may remember that day because it was when US President Joe Biden falsely claimed seeing pictures of beheaded babies from Hamas's October the 7th attack. There were no such pictures. That Palestinian family Chuba wanted to evict consisted of mom and dad Odeh Al-Fayumi and Hanan Shaheen, along with their 6-year-old son, Wadia Al-Fayumi. Chuba told his wife, Mary, he was afraid Shaheen's Palestinian friends were going to harm them and was worried about a national day of jihad. Both baseless claims, of course. Still, Chuba's wife reassured the Al-Fayumi family that they were safe and did not need to move out, adding that if anyone was going to move out, it should be her own husband, Joseph. That assurance, however, was short-lived.
It seems to me that the only jihad that happened that day was this guy's jihad on these two poor, unsuspecting Palestinian people in America. Palestinian Americans just trying to live their lives, who were paying him money to live in this place. You know, it's disgusting.
On Saturday, October the 14th, as Shaheen was giving her 6-year-old son Wadia a bath, she heard a knock on the door, where an angry Joseph Chuba waited. Upon answering, the 71-year-old told Shaheen...
You know, I just realized... Do you know what the actual punishment for this guy should be? And I am not being sarcastic about this, because I've heard this comment too many times in comment sections. In the YouTube comment sections. I haven't heard it. I've seen it too many times. Although I have also heard it audibly. But I think that the punishment for this guy should be to go to Palestine. This guy should be sent to Palestine, forced to live in Gaza. You know, people are always complaining about leftists, all that, and saying, "Hey, you should just go to Gaza if you care about that place so much," and blah blah blah. You know what? If you care about Israel so much, you can go to Gaza and you can take it over yourself. No weapons, of course, but yeah. The actual punishment should be deprogramming. Well, it should be more than that. I mean, that should be involved. But I highly doubt any of what we're saying will be happening.
He was angry with her for what was happening in Jerusalem, to which she responded by saying, "Let's pray for peace." Peace, however, was the furthest thing from Chuba's mind. What unfolded after was a crime so ugly, so vile, so disgusting, that I truly believe no adjective can sufficiently describe the level of its evil. Chuba allegedly attacked Shaheen with a knife, stabbing her several times before she managed to lock herself in a bathroom while she dialed 911, unable to have her son by her side as she did so. With his victim now behind a locked door, Chuba allegedly turned his sights away from the mother and towards her 6-year-old son. He then allegedly proceeded to stab the innocent boy 26 times. 26. Deputies arriving at the scene later reported finding Chuba sitting on the ground near the family's driveway.
Yeah, I'm going to just say this. You need more than political re-education for this guy. You need more than deprogramming for someone like this. I mean, he certainly probably needs it, but he also certainly needs genuine mental health treatment. And, because, what kind of, the kind of hatred to be able to stab a child 26 times. Sorry, I'm counting to 26 in my head, imagining how much effort and vitriol and hatred you would have to have for this one, it's just, it's incredible. It is, it's disturbing. Allegedly is an odd word. I think he's using the word allegedly because he's in, he's in journalism, and because this guy is on trial right now, he doesn't want to be subject to lawsuits. Allegedly.
Mom, I'm fine. Those were Wadia's last words to his mother, according to a family friend. He wasn't fine. Nothing about that day, that incident, that crime was fine. A mother finding out her son had died while she was being treated for stab wounds from her child's killer is not fine. A mother not being able to go to her own son's funeral because she couldn't be discharged from the hospital in time is not fine. A mother seeking justice for her son and not finding it so many months later is not fine. Chuba was charged with 1 count each of first-degree murder, attempted murder, and aggravated battery, and 2 counts of a hate crime. He pleaded not guilty, and his trial is set for September the 18th, pending the completion of a federal investigation into that case. Wadia's father has also filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Chuba, his wife, and their property management company. Meanwhile, Wadia's mother, Hanan Shaheen, has been here in Washington, D.C. to attend a hearing by the Senate Judiciary Committee on Hate Crimes in the U.S., where you would think her voice is scheduled to be platformed. It was not. In fact, the announcement for the hearing that was published in May fails to include even one mention of the word Palestine or Palestinian. It's basically all lives matter, despite the fact that anti-Semitic hate crimes do rightly merit their own separate hearing, and despite the fact that Wadia was killed and his mother was stabbed, not just because they were Arab, not just because they were Muslim, but because they were Palestinian. Earlier, I sat down with Hanan Shaheen for a difficult conversation. I'm here in Congress with Mariam Muzaffar, the legislative lead at the Muslim Civic Coalition, who helped put together the hearing in Congress today. And I'm also here with Hanan Shaheen, Wadia's mom. Thank you both for joining us. And let me just begin by saying we are so sorry for your loss, all of us.
God bless you. God bless you.
I just wanted to start by saying, why are you here? Why did you want to come here and offer your support to this hearing?
Yes, all my sisters and brothers in humanity and nice people, they want to see an action taken for Wadia, and they want to say we ever will forget him. We need to seek justice and to pray for peace, and that we're gathering as a family.
Of course. And last year, it's almost a year now, October the 14th, a horrific day for you and your family.
Oh, don't forget to hydrate.
What is your memory of that day, if you don't mind me asking? How do you, of what happened that day? How do you recall what happened to your family that day?
Yes, it's sadness day. It's sadness day. You doesn't wanna stop on each moment. I put my anger in the investigation on my attorney. I don't want to repeat that with nice people like you, and I don't want to bring the sadness up. I want to share how much in the 6 year and 1 week spending with my child, it was so much love, so much fun, so much family warm feeling.
That is amazing to remember him in that way. And he had just turned 6, I believe.
Yes.
Before this all happened.
Yeah, 1 week.
Tell our viewers, what was Wadia like?
Wadia, he was, inspiring child. I said that in many meetings. His teacher will be sending me picture, recording him in the kindergarten and saying, his classmate copying him as he is acting like a boss. And, in young age, I put him in daycare, and his classmate first name was Wadia. first word before they can say their name, their own name. And he was joyful, and he gave so much love.
And we all want to remember him. And
I know it's a difficult story to watch, people. Believe me, it's just as difficult for me. But I don't think we should forget this one. The fact that the trial is still ongoing. I genuinely, I think we certainly can't let it just float away out of our minds until that is at least concluded. And justice is served in this case, at least in as much as it can be. Now, this might be one of the most terrifying interviews I've ever heard. Or at least this next piece we're about to watch contains one of the most terrifying interviews that I've ever heard. At least, on this show. This is some of the most unapologetic shit justifying what recently happened in Lebanon. Reuters piece from 19 hours ago where they interviewed a Israeli cybersecurity CEO, and my God, some of the stuff this fucking asshole says. Trigger warning.
Widespread attacks on Hezbollah communication devices in Lebanon this week have turned the spotlight on Israel's secretive Unit 8200. On Tuesday, Hezbollah pagers detonated across the country simultaneously when a coded message was sent to them. The next day, handheld radios used by the armed group exploded in Beirut's suburbs and the Bekaa Valley. The combined attacks killed at least 37 people and wounded over 3,000 more. Although Israel has so far remained silent on the surprising attacks, security sources told Reuters they were likely carried out by its Mossad spy agency. However, one Western security source said that a secretive cyber intelligence unit that is not part of the Mossad was also involved in planning the operation, which the source said was over a year in the making. Unit 8200 is the largest single military unit in the Israel Defense Forces. It functions in a similar way to the U.S. National Security Agency, and, according to sources, was involved in the development stage of the Hezbollah devices, specifically the technical side of testing how explosive material could be inserted in them when they were manufactured. Although the IDF rarely comments on 8200's activities, in 2018 it said the unit's operations ran from intelligence gathering and cyber defense to, quote, technological attacks and strikes. Reuters on Wednesday interviewed Kobi Samborsky, a former member of the unit. Samborsky said he had no knowledge that Unit 8200 was involved in the attacks in Lebanon, but said the sophisticated operation seemed like the sort of projects that drive its members.
So of course I don't know anything about it, and even if I knew, I could not say anything. But to me, that's a great example of a can-do attitude. You know, if you think of, if someone would have told you yesterday or a day before this.
It's a can-do attitude? Terrorism is a can-do attitude. Are you fucking kidding me right now, dude? Is this a joke?
That something like this could have happened, you would say, yeah, I don't think it's possible. It looks like something from a science fiction movie. I think those are exactly the kind of challenges that make such young people excited and
I'm sorry. You're saying that doing terrorism is what gets Israeli children excited? This is disgusting. This is horrifying.
I think a great example of how smart minds could work to achieve a challenge that looks again crazy when you just think of it of the first time.
Wow.
Samborsky also says a hallmark of the unit is its high.
This guy is regaling us with this sort of, this retelling of things in a way that is just truly disturbing. In a way that is just so blindly propagandistic and like seemingly genuine in its support of these kind of atrocities. He seems to think that this is a big W for Israel. He seems to be incredibly excited about this terrorist attack that happened in Lebanon, and it's really weird. Why is he spreading his leg so hard? To remind us that he has a real lack of a crotch bulge.
Turnover of young, hand-picked recruits replacing veterans.
People get to the unit mostly at the age of 18, which is of course very young. They have zero experience. Innovation is almost an integral part of the culture, and it's very exciting, specifically in our day and time where things are moving so dramatically. So whatever the organization learned to do, after a few years you want to rotate it and you want to learn new stuff. So with this flow of new and very talented, very young and talented people, you get this almost.
The way this guy is describing using children to aid in troubleshooting terrorist attacks is essentially this guy, admitting to Israel's use of child soldiers. This whole thing is just fucking creepy to me. This guy's fucked.
Automatically.
Some graduates of Unit 8200 have gone on to build Israel's private tech sector and some of its biggest companies. Samborsky himself is now a managing partner at an early-stage fund investing in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence.
This guy is the epitome of why BDS on
Zero
Israel is so
Megastar just
important.
cheered 5 bits.
Oh,
Here are
hey,
the last
thanks.
of my bits.
Thanks for the
Hydrate
bits,
FFS at
Megastar.
GalacticStreamLord.
Hydrate. I already did hydrate. You didn't hear the hydrate? I responded to your message earlier. Sometimes you just have to listen. Because I do hydrate when you tell me to hydrate. Sometimes the microphone doesn't pick up the sound of the drinking, I guess. But I do try to do it as close to the microphone as I can so you can hear it. What was I saying just now? But I keep coughing. I'm gonna keep coughing. I started smoking when I was 12 or 13. I still vape, and probably won't be ending that coughing spree for quite some time. It is not due to a lack of hydration. Alright, now we have footage of a number of strikes that happened over the last, honestly, last 18 hours. Been multiple strikes across the Lebanese border, both in Lebanon and Israel. Let's go here first.
يوم الثلاثاء ويوم الأربعاء. يوم الثلاثاء إن أنا بس بدي أوصف اختصار كمقتل ولا معروف لكم صار. العدو تجاوز في هذه العملية.
The enemy violated through this attack all the regulations, laws, and red lines.
The diplomatic resolution is achievable. That's what we still believe.
Oh my God.
It is urgent, obviously. The conflict.
Right, it's achievable still, Corinne. Keep saying that. Whatever that means. This was an Israeli strike in Beirut.
Hi, I'm Diana Macedo. Today on ABC News Live First, we have breaking news. Israel's carrying out the most intense airstrikes in Lebanon since the conflict started on October 7th. One of those airstrikes targeted a suburb in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Lebanon's health ministry says the strike killed 3 people and injured 17 others. The IDF says it's hit hundreds of Hezbollah launch sites there since yesterday. And this comes as Hezbollah vows to keep up daily strikes across the border in Israel, now saying at least 37 people were killed in the massive attack involving exploding communication devices. ABC foreign correspondent Marcus Moore has the latest from Beirut.
Hi, Diane. It has been an active day here in Beirut and across Lebanon. We have been following reports of another strike in Beirut in the southern suburb of Dahiyah. This is the Hezbollah stronghold, and we've seen pictures showing the damage, heavily damaged buildings.
Every fucking time, ABC does a fucking story about this, they just talk like they're Israel. They just talk like they're Benjamin Netanyahu's personal spokesperson. Let me look something up for you. Okay, the population of Beirut is 2.5 million people. Are all of those 2.5 million people Hezbollah? How many people are in Hezbollah? Doesn't appear to be clear. $100,000. 100,000 in the entire, in all of Hezbollah, all of Lebanon, 100,000 people in Hezbollah. So, are they just counting anybody who voted for Hezbollah? Because remember, Hezbollah's been elected, not just some terrorism outfit like Israel. It's just, it's wild to me. The ABC wants to continue, and all these mainstream outlets want to keep calling Beirut a fucking Hezbollah stronghold. Is all of Hezbollah just shoved into Beirut? Is that where they all exist? Because what it sounds like to me is Israel continues attacking a city of 3 million fucking people over an organization of 100,000 supposed members. And the math just isn't fucking checking out.
Smoke billowing into the air and really chaos on the ground. This happening earlier today, and we're still waiting to get information on what was targeted there and exactly how this strike was carried out. But it comes as we have watched and seen the fighting intensify, particularly along Lebanon's southern border with Israel. In fact, the IDF said that more than 120 rockets were fired from Lebanon towards northern Israel.
Yeah, okay. I'm the GOAT, Fire News. Huh, I appreciate that. Very complimentary. Alright, where are we? All right, let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 11 hours ago. Wildfires breaking out in Safed, Israel, after Hezbollah launched rocket attacks from southern Lebanon. All right. Wouldn't it be nice if we stopped sending the idea of billions of dollars a year? It would be nice. I think, yeah, I agree with that. That would be good. I'd be on board with that. I would definitely be on board with that. Let's go, oh dear, to our second to last video of the night. Better do this quick before we turn into a pumpkin. 5 hours, 48 minutes in. Forbes breaking news from 9 hours ago. I don't know I'm doing this in that accent. Footage captures Hezbollah rocket attack from southern Lebanon into Safed, Israel. I guess this was one of the rocket attacks that caused this fire. I guess I could have done these in reverse order. That's on me. It's kind of my fault. But Forbes did also post them in reverse order. So is it really my fault? Or is it Forbes' fault? And this appears to not be the rocket attack, but just the fire that we were just watching. Ah, Forbes Clip Factory. Always doing the journalism. Always doing the journalism's so good. Okay. Last video. CBS News from 3 hours ago. Oh, this happened directly before I started the fucking stream. And 3 hours is wrong. This happened 6 hours ago. Sorry. You know, some of the times on these things are a little off due to the fact that they don't get refreshed after I start the stream most often. But yeah, this came out literally 20 minutes before the stream started. Israel says it killed top Hezbollah commander in Beirut strike. Ooh, congrats. Congrats, Israel. You only had to kill a bunch of civilians to make it happen.
As we mentioned, Israel launched a strike Friday on a southern neighborhood in Lebanon's capital city of Beirut. The Israeli military says the attack killed a Hezbollah commander and 10 operatives with the Iranian-backed group. And the strike comes just days after pagers and walkie-talkies carried by members of Hezbollah exploded, killing dozens and injuring thousands. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd joins us now for our weekly national security wrap-up. So, Sam, the situation in the Middle East is constantly changing. What have we learned about this latest string of military action taken by Israel, and how much they are actually saying they are doing and looking to do?
Well, Lana, the backdrop here, of course, is that Israel and Hezbollah have been engaged in a series of cross-border strikes since Hamas's terrorist attack against Israel on October 7th. This week, the situation escalated further. In what was likely a months-long intelligence operation, Israel was reportedly able to physically sabotage Hezbollah's communications devices, both pagers and walkie-talkies. Then, in a coordinated fashion this week, in two stages, Israel reportedly was able to detonate these communications devices, leaving 37 dead and thousands injured. Following that disruption to Hezbollah's communications devices, Israel then, on Friday, launched a targeted airstrike that reportedly killed a leader of Hezbollah's Radwan group, one of their special forces group, an individual named Ibrahim Akil, who has been wanted by the United States for his role in bombings of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut and Marine barracks in the 1980s. Now, the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, had said that Israel's actions constitute a declaration of war, and all are waiting to see whether Hezbollah has both the intent and the capabilities to escalate tensions with Israel further and retaliate.
They definitely still have the capabilities. I don't know why CBS is asking that question. At least that's my understanding. I guess things may have changed as a result of these attacks, but I don't see how. Because just for my own math, right, we just established that there's supposedly 100,000 members of Hezbollah. That's according to Wikipedia, so it could be vastly off. But let's just assume 100,000. If 3,000 people were injured and 37 people died, how does that stop Hezbollah from attacking Israel? What, 0.1% of Hezbollah, or 0.3%? What was that? Yeah, I'm doing that wrong. Is it 0.03%? Some infinitesimally small number of Hezbollah fighters die, and suddenly they're incapable of attacking Israel. Where's the logic in that one? It's almost like ABC, CBS. Number 2 and shittiest Israel-related coverage, of course. Well, we made it through another one, chat. It was long and arduous. But thankfully, we had all of each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Abunk, Robot Cat,
Disco Wolf, Selena, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here are about to create the the channel, the content, all of the things. Without them, well, the Galactic News Network would cease to exist. You can also help for just a few US dollars a month by clicking that link in chat.
The stream is stuck. What's happening? What is happening? Help, help, I'm being repressed.
You see, the first half of the age of oil short saw the rapid expansion of industry, transport, trade, agriculture, which all of those things allowed the population to expand sixfold. So you have this enormous and brief chapter in history of this rapid expansion. And included in that thing is financial capital. And this is something that's very hard to understand. But apparently the banks lent more than they had on deposit. And at first sight you say that can't be possible. It turned out that it was. And it was because the banks had confidence that the resulting expansion...
Unfreeze yourself, please. What if data is water? Well, data is definitely waterproof. 100%. How else is he in the pool?
But unseen by anybody or unrecognized was that this expansion was not just money. It was the good old cheap energy to make the wheels turn and do everything. So we now face a situation, I think quite soon, when, and this is happening, the bankers begin to wake up and say, well, this expansion isn't going to go on anymore without the cheap energy to make it happen. That means that the massive amount of debt throughout the world is losing its collateral. It's getting to thin cover. So I think the crisis that might emerge, and this, the physical decline of oil is only 2 or 3% a year. This is not a cliff or a catastrophe. It's quite a gentle thing.
Well, this is fucked.
The perception that arises on passing peak, this long decline, this could come instantaneously to the bankers, who suddenly wake up and say, my God, we've got bad debt on our hands. Furthermore, you look at every single company quoted on the stock market. Every single, the accounts of all of these companies everywhere have a tacit business as usual assumption about continuing cheap, easy oil such as they've known in their business. So once you realize that this cheap, abundant, easy oil isn't there, that tells you really that virtually every company quoted on the stock market is now overvalued. There has to be some radical readjustment. And capital really has to be reduced in some way to match the declining energy supply on which it eventually depends. So this is the kind of crisis that's staring us in the face, and serious as it is, it's extraordinarily difficult for anyone to do much about it because you can't change the banking structure of the world overnight. What can they do? And talking to these bankers, I find that they don't really care too much. There's bundles of money flow into them every day, and their main concern is to be competitive with each other. They don't want to be out of line with each other, and it doesn't matter to them if the whole thing goes down so long as they're in the crowd. And so I think the bankers are aware of this now, and they don't exactly know how to react, but their main interest is not being isolated from the crowd, so to speak. So we face this monumental kind of weakness of the entire banking financial sector, and really there isn't much easy solution to it.
Forever stream. Forever stream. I love how the software is not even open, but it's still going. This is